All right, should be live. Just trying to... Oh, don't want to do that. Should be live, just trying to get the stream set up how I want it to. I hope y'all are doing well. Let's see. Do that. Do that. Do that. I know, AL, I know. Whenever I start the stream, it goes with whatever the last, whatever the previous stream was called, so I have to change it to NL right now. And it's done. Now it's the NL Wild Card Watch Party. I know you all are going to tell me it's AL for the next 5 minutes, but I know. It's just when I start the stream, it takes the name of the previous stream, so I'm well aware. I just learned about the 2-league system the other day, but now I have a pretty good understanding of what is the American League and what is the National League. So I'm just trying to learn with y'all. You know, I'm a new fan. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm just getting the old stream set up. Oh. In this sort of like a weird inception right here. Very strange. Let's see how much it is. I'm going to do this. 1, 2, 3, about 4 seconds. That's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Maybe it's different for y'all. What is on my hat? Thank you for asking. That is my very logo. This is a Foolish Baseball dad hat. And you can get it on John Boy's website. In fact, I'll probably show that off at some point in this stream if I'm smart. Mets in 5. I don't know how to break it to you, but Mets in 5 months might sign someone interesting. Turns out you're blacked out on this game. That's a shame. You hate to see that. Oh, I should tweet out this link. That would be a good content creator thing to do, would be to tweet out the link when I go live. Right? Isn't that a smart thing to do typically? I don't know. You ready for Devil Magic? I am too. I don't know if we'll get it, but the little devil sitting on my shoulder wants to root for it. So, you know, it's tough. Who's your favorite team? My favorite team is the Atlanta Braves. And in fact, I will be at Truist Park for Game 3. Hello, Foolish Bailey. Hello, Winactive. Am I going to vlog at Game 3? I doubt it, honestly. I mean, I might take some video or something like that, but no, I don't think I'm going to do that. Try to kind of enjoy it. Bought tickets at Busch for the NLDS. Yeah, well, for your sake, I hope that you get to go to a game there. This will be my first playoff game in person. First MLB playoff game in person. I need to change this. There we go. That's better. That gets the chat how I want it. Was this the breakout season you foresaw in your 2015 Harper video? Absolutely. I mean, this is what I was talking about, just like replicating 2017, and he did that. I think he even did a little bit better than that. So of course it is. I'm right, and everyone who ever disagreed with me was wrong. And I think that should be the main takeaway, that I've never been wrong about a game of baseball in my life. McKinney or McKinstry? I choose McKinstry. What's the next baseball bits on? It's about a weird reliever. I know, pretty good teaser right there. A weird reliever. Acuna or Soto? I would say Soto. I mean, Acuna is an explosive athlete with a torn ACL. I know modern medicine has come a long way, but just that alone, I mean, makes you pick Soto, really. It's probably a more interesting discussion to have if Acuna didn't have a torn ACL. Do you see Jace Tingler getting a new job? I don't think he'll get a new managerial job right away. I don't think it'll be like a Gabe Kapler kind of switch up, if that makes sense. Tear Soto's ACL, then who? Yeah, I mean, it's only fair, right? Chipper had 8 knee surgeries. Yeah, but Chipper wasn't trying to steal 40 bases a season. How do you feel about the Giants' chances? I'm picking the Giants to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if they exited in the first round. I think the playoffs are fairly random. I think there's 6 or 7, I'd say 7.5 teams in this playoffs that are very capable of winning the World Series that I would give decent chances to. So I'm picking the Giants to win, but it's not really based on their roster construction or anything. It's just that they're magic. It just seems really hard to pick against the Giants when they've proven themselves over and over and over. Beltran for Mets manager? That's what I would like to see. Rob Barajas becoming the Padres new manager? Now that would be very exciting development, of course. I mean, I would love that. Rob Barajas has really worked his way through the Padres ranks, so he could be a candidate if they choose to promote someone from within. Or he could be bench coach or something like that, Who's the half a team? The half a team is like probably the Cardinals, So I was at the NL wildcard game wearing a Turner jersey. Who's the best manager in the league? Craig Counsell. Who gets the advantage with Joe West behind the plate? I think we do as an audience get the advantage. Thoughts on Joe West retiring? I was really more of a fan of his country music. But yeah, I'm about to switch up the view here in a sec. How do you tell a good manager from a bad one? That's the thing. I don't think managers have a huge effect on winning and losing to begin with. So I think you just maybe look for a team that overperform its win projection consistently. And I think that could be the Brewers. But it's a great point. How can you tell? Everyone was panning the La Russa hire, and they've easily won their division. They're cruising. Like, they cruise to win that division, Does that mean La Russa is great, or does it just mean they had a great roster, I don't know. That's a playoff roster. TLR didn't do anything special. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a perfectly valid opinion to have on the matter. Who will win the 2043 World Series? I think 2043 World Series will be won by the Vancouver Tsunamis. All right, let's switch up this view. I think we're about ready to go in this one. That looks good. I'm happy with this. They're talking to Mike Schilt right now. I was wanting to take just some time to familiarize myself as we get into first pitch here. Good luck tonight. Thank you, Trevor. Salute. But yeah. Will the Vancouver Tsunamis repeat in 2044? No, they have no chance. They have no chance. Everyone, because their star is going to leave, his contract's expiring, so I don't think they're going to be able to put the team together again. Yeah, Tommy Edman leading off. A lot of people have been asking me if Tommy Edman is the possessor of the Cardinals Devil Magic this year, and the answer is no. That was like 2019. That was 2 years ago. It is clear to me that it is either Lars Nootbaar or Edmundo Sosa. And so anyone saying Tommy Edman is old hat, friends. Was that the real Spencer Strider? I believe so. I mean, I've messaged Spencer a few times. I know he's a viewer. Can you use more Star Wars quotes this stream? Yeah, let's think. What's a good one? What's a good Star Wars quote? Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Yeah, I did turn them on. Fuzzy told me how to do it. I didn't know how to do it. It was actually extremely easy. I know, It's a Trap is the best one, but it's so, like, I don't know, it's like, have you heard the tale of Joe West the Wise? It's not a tale an umpire will tell you, or something like that. How are the Cardinals so good at just finding people who turn out to be? I think they actually have like a weirdly kind of like old school approach to player dev that works, I think. And so they just have depth on their 40-man and at the AAA levels that they're able to call upon. And it's always above replacement level. And that's, even if they don't have the biggest stars necessarily. And the other big thing about the Cardinals is like every year and a half, 2 years, the Cardinals get to trade for someone that isn't... they get to trade for someone that shouldn't be available on the trade market, and so it's like other teams kind of forget, and so it's like, oh, I didn't know they could trade for Paul Goldschmidt. I didn't even know that was allowed. Oh, I didn't know they were allowed to trade for Nolan Arenado and get a bunch of money with him. I didn't know that was allowed. Andrew, the most underrated stat, I don't know, maybe like ground ball percentage, maybe most overrated stat is... I mean, definitely like fielding percentage is completely worthless. Not completely worthless, but it's pretty bad. I mean, if you have like a 900 fielding percentage, you are bad, Who finishes higher in Rookie of the Year voting? Dolis Garcia or Wander Franco? I think Franco might. I think Franco has a chance to win it, actually. Even though he only played like 70 games. Is there a reason you don't play MLB The Show? I don't have a PlayStation. It's probably the biggest reason. Most overrated is good piece of pitching? Yeah, maybe. Oh, Tommy Edman. I gotta say, Tommy Edman put up a pretty good first AB against Max Scherzer. He's hit some balls hard, but foul. Garcia didn't even have 300 on base. Yeah, I know. But Garcia's defense is good. It was good all year. I know he had a lot of outfield assists. I know his StatCast outs above average was good. So, yeah. So, what I'm struggling with going into this game, and that's going to get down. So, it's a leadoff single for Tommy Edman. I'm going to switch over to this game feed if I can. If it's working. Yeah. Let's do boink, boink. Yeah. That's that 75 mile per hour 850 XBA magic right there. I had Tommy Edman in fantasy this year. He was pretty solid all year. Paul Sporer, fantasy analyst for Fangraphs, was big on Tommy Edman this year, and Jake Cronenworth, and both were big helps to me. Although I did not win my league, I came in second. Should Ty France get the AL first base Gold Glove? It seems like a lot of his stats seem to suggest that. So, sure, yeah. I mean, I know kind of people were anticipating Evan White to be in that position at this point, so it's kind of interesting. I don't know how much first base France played, though, because I feel like he played some second, too, right? So you might have to, factor that in. Goldschmidt hitting right now. Who's the greatest hitting catcher ever? Josh Gibson. Opinion on Tigers going forward. Tigers need to sign one of the big shortstops this offseason. Here's the thing about the Tigers, and I don't want to I want to also make sure I'm sitting here and enjoying the game. But here's the thing about the Tigers and their rebuild. I think a lot of it really is just luck, because if you look at teams that have successfully come out of a rebuild, like the Jays, like the Braves, what's another good example? Jays, Braves, Mariners coming out of one right now, and Mariners began their rebuild at about the same time the Tigers did. Some of it is just dumb luck, because what the Braves and the Jays and the Mariners got to do is they just happened to hit big on a Latin teenager. The Jays did it with Guerrero, the Braves did it with Acuna. Acuna was like 100,000 signing, and then the Mariners, it seems, have done it with Julio Rodriguez. And so it's even though there's a lack of position player, superstar upside, I think beyond Riley Green, it's can we fault the Tigers that much because they didn't just win the lottery on a Latin teenager when all these other rebuilding clubs did? I mean, there's just a lot of chance in that. And so if Riley Green can be that guy for them, or somewhat close to that guy, I'd say that's arguably more impressive because they drafted him. And so they did it in a field where there's just a lot less shenanigans. So that's just kind of my take on the Tigers. Obviously, they have the pitching, but they need hitters, and they need depth in their lineup, particularly because there's, for them to be competitive right now, you need to have you just can't have those weak points in your lineup. It's not always about having the superstar hitter. It's just about having, if your eighth best hitter is still decent, that's good for you. But yeah, so Edman at second base now. He's tricky like that. It's another reason why Edman's a good pick in fantasy. Over under on ABs for Bellinger is hit for. I thought is Bellinger in the lineup? I saw Beatty was playing first, so does that mean Bellinger's in center? Bump, 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 bump. He is in center. Okay, he's batting eighth. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if because it's just one game. Anything can happen. It'd be really funny, I think, if Bellinger just had a huge game on offense. But yeah, Scherzer with 2 runners on right now. I wanted to get back to this. Wainwright or Scherzer, who's getting pulled earlier? I'm gonna say Scherzer's getting pulled earlier. It may be a hindsight thing just because the Cardinals have 2 base runners on early, but I feel like the Cardinals will look to get more length out of their starter based on their bullpen. That's a great play by Mookie. Edman advancing to third, runners not advanced to second, and yeah. So I just feel like with Scherzer, the leash is actually shorter, even though he's like this Hall of Fame pitcher, right? Because I feel like if the Cardinals turn this into a bullpen game, that actually won't be to their advantage. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's some question marks there in that bullpen. There's some good relievers too, like Gallegos is great, so it's not like they're bad there. But the Dodgers, the depth of pitching available for this game is greater, in my opinion. Where do you see the White Sox going this postseason and beyond? I think I picked them to win the pennant and then lose to the Giants in the World Series. So that's my prediction, but I mean it's not something I feel strongly about. It's the playoffs are fairly random, so if they get bounced in the first round by the Astros, wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't really be surprised by a lot of outcomes. I would be surprised if the Braves or Red Sox won the World Series. And then I think anything else really wouldn't be that surprising to me. So Nolan here with a chance for an RBI. He's put a couple good swings on the ball, but it's an 0-2 count. It's a big time pitch right here. 0-2 to Arenado. Oh, and it gets away from Smith. Edman comes home, and there's your first run of the game. And that'll also send the runner over to second. So there you go, Cardinals. That's one of those where you kind of ask yourself, does Austin Barnes get to it? Obviously, I'd start Will Smith in this game, but there's pros and cons. I don't think that's where Scherzer wanted it. Daryl Mulder, confidence level in ATL versus Brewers. I think they can win. I would give them like a 40 to 45% chance of winning that series. So I just don't have confidence in them beyond that. I think that they would top out at beating the Brewers in the DS. I don't think they would beat anyone in the NLCS. It's Arenado hits a fly ball. It's not going to get out. And so that's 2 outs in the inning. 1 run is not a killer to start the game. It's you just want to avoid the crooked numbers, right? So if you allow a run in the first and you're Scherzer and you get through it in 20 pitches, it's definitely not the end of the world. You can see the win probability for St. Louis. It's 61% right now, but it's early. It's early. But yeah, future MVP Dylan Carlson at the plate, says Big Papi Chulo. I don't know about that. I mean, look, first ballot Hall of Famer for sure. Him and Lars Nootbaar. Favorite baseball bits I've made was probably the Tim LeCastro one or the Rod Barajas one, I think, Andrew. 0-1 pitch. Scherzer gets a ground ball. Carlson hustling, and he's going to be safe. There's a little bit of a double clutch right there, I think. Baseball's not dead with a super chat. Thank you very much. Super chats definitely appreciated. Not required, but I'm not going to say no. By the way, check out Baseball's Not Dead's YouTube channel. Some good baseball videos on there. like the one you made about the draft that you sent to me. I think that was the one you sent to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Scherzer not pleased. That's going to bring up Yachty. That's my guy. And he's going to first pitch fly ball, unhappy. Bellinger camped under it. And that'll do it. So, Scherzer had some things not go his way. He allows a run, but, 19 pitches. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. You just want to avoid the crooked number. Do you think Seeger should be playing short, or is Turner at short the move? I've wondered about that. I think it's more of just Turner's comfort level at second is probably higher than Seager's comfort level at second. I mean, even this play was sort of an evidence of it, right? Because Seeger was playing that ball as if he was in like a second base position because of the shift. So no, I think Seager's short, Turner's second makes sense, even if Turner is the better shortstop defensively. Because it's like, is Turner enough better at shortstop than, because there's also, you're trading off, second base as well. Good piece of pitching percentage so far for Max. So it's, it would be low because he didn't have any strikeouts that inning. So it'd be like 16% or something like that, unless the Molina ball was under 80 miles per hour. Who is your not Ohtani, not Vladdy AL MVP? If it's not Ohtani, Simeon, then I guess. Where do you think Correa is going this offseason? I think Correa is going to be going to maybe Detroit. I think Correa is going to get paid the most out of all of them. But I also kind of think the guy that's going to be the best value potentially is Story. Which shortstop you think the Yankees getting? I could see the Yankees getting Seeger. I'm not sure if Seeger is a great fit because I think for the Yankees, like, they would love to get a plus defender at shortstop, I'm sure. And yet at the same time, Seeger could be for them what Bogarts is for the Red Sox. I think Seeger and Bogarts are very comparable players, so, that would make sense. So here's Wainwright. What a great year for Adam Wainwright. What a treat that was. I mean, this guy was contemplating retirement. And he just got to come out and have a season like this. Mookie Betts trying to set the tone. Oh, gets away from Sosa at short. So that's going to put Mookie aboard. And you put Mookie aboard, you saw what Edmund did. I think Mookie could do the same thing. Problem is Molina. Molina's old, but he still has a reputation. So I would not be surprised at all if Betts ran, though. I think Betts, I could definitely see him doing that. He ran circles around the base paths in the postseason last year. If you recall, that was a big part of the Dodgers' success, was what Mookie did on the base paths all year. I feel like Wainwright is quick to the plate, though. He is pretty quick to the plate. That makes a big difference, too. And so a tough tandem to steal on Wainwright and Molina. What's my Wander Franco comp? He's hard to comp because there just haven't been too many as the ball bounces away, but Mookie does not advance. Wander Franco is tough because I think Wander Franco is the question of like, what would a baseball player look like if they were really good at everything, but not really elite at anything? Like if they were just like a 60 grade at everything, at every possible skill in the game, but not like an 80 or 70 grade at anything. You know what I mean? It's not an easy comp to make. There haven't been a lot of prospects like him. I mean, you would almost want to say like Soto at shortstop is like the crazy comp to make, but I mean he's been such an advanced hitter for his age. That Wander Franco. Wander Franco was hitting like he was putting up like Vlad numbers, but Vlad was a bad third baseman, and Franco's like an acceptable shortstop. Wander's contact, but yeah, I guess that's true. He did get 80 grade from some publications, but it's not. He's not like he doesn't have like Vlad power or, you know, Acuna Tatis speed or or Joey Votto eye. He's just really good at all those things. Best tips for a noob playing OOTP Beto. I would say the catcher position is super important, and with the catcher position, you want to find good catcher ability. That's like framing. So try to get, if you can get a catcher with like 70 grade catcher ability, as Wainwright gets the strikeout there on Seeger, that can really help you overperform. Yeah, hold on. Gotcha. Gotcha, Nolan. Do you think the Braves will move on from Dansby? It's tough. They don't really have a guy that I think would be like an adequate replacement for him. They have Shoemake, but I don't think Shoemake is naturally going to be a shortstop. So I think the Braves will offer an extension for sure. But he's probably gonna hit free agency. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be like he'll become an unrestricted free agent, and then the negotiation begins. How are your videos so darn good? I think it's just effort. It's just effort and patience. I don't think I'm any more talented than anyone. I just think I'm willing to put in time that maybe others aren't. So is that infield? What do they do there? Okay, yeah, I see. Well, so you basically just trade bets on the base pass for Turner, so it doesn't really make a difference, does it? So 2 outs here after allowing that leadoff single. Wainwright trying to get out of trouble. I tell you what, playoff Justin Turner is a different guy. Playoff Justin Turner is like the peskiest guy. He just has a magic about him in the playoffs that some of the other Dodgers hitters can't always seem to find. He is Dave. He's just a weasel. And then he'll just go and get COVID and just start smooching his wife and taking pics with the boys. He's just a little weasel like that. What jersey are you wearing? Denmark soccer. Yeah, Justin Turner, he's just constructed differently. Erickson in the back. There's no name on it, but it's a number 9. So whoever's their number 9. Most underrated prospect. I mean, I have a series, on this channel where I'm going over, you know, prospects that are getting overlooked that are performing well statistically. Um, so, one that maybe comes to mind is like, Kobe Mayo on the Orioles, just had an amazing season. That was a nice play by Wainwright. Turner hit it right at him, and it just basically went right into his glove. You know what would be amazing is if someone gets a sticky stuff suspension in the postseason. I would enjoy seeing that. I don't know about you all. I'm not rooting for it to happen today necessarily, but I would love to see someone get a sticky stuff suspension, preferably a starter, preferably in like the first inning, because I think it would just be fun. I don't know who it'll be. I'm not going to speculate on that. Because if I'm speculating on that, then I'm basically trying to say, here's who I think is cheating. I wouldn't do that. But it would be funny if it happened to someone. I mean, we're in a situation right now where there's like the angel on my shoulder, and the angel is like, the Dodgers deserve it. Let them go. You want to see the Dodgers face the Giants. That's what we're all about. We want to see it. The Dodgers are one of the best teams, and they won all these games. And then there's just the devil on the other shoulder that's like, Cardinals, yes, Cardinals. Let it burn. Let it all burn. But yeah, nice hat. Thank you. You can purchase this hat on the John Boy Media shop. Just look for Foolish Baseball. You could get this dad hat, like the one I'm wearing right now. Ooh, what a quality product. What a quality product. Wow, looking at this on a live stream, it really makes me want to buy it. Gee, I could also get this t-shirt. And wow, could I get it in royal blue, but could I also get it in red? And could I also get it in black and white? Wow, what a nifty design. I'm sure whoever came up with that design, put a lot of thought into it. It reminds me of that thing that I watched on the internet, and it makes me also want to buy it, potentially one in every color and every size. Wow, gee, what a treat. Oh, that's me. Hey. Oh, that's me again. All right. Second inning now. We got ourselves some... I'm telling you, Edmundo Sosa is on one. Dude, I'm telling... Like, Edmundo Sosa, he may have devil magic. If we could see... He's, he had a difficult time with a ground ball. It didn't really cost him. But, I mean, Edmundo Sosa, I'm on to you, sir. I am on to you. Does it come in royal blue? Yes. Yes, if you wanted it in royal blue, you could get it in royal blue. Sosa has the devil magic, potentially. It's him or Nootbaar. Well, I think this game may decide whether it's him or Nootbaar. Drew Fly. Hey, Drew Fly, thank you so much. No obligation to super chat, but I really appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, when I see Yachty, it's like living legend. You know what a treat it is to see him in the postseason again. Would love to see it continue, but there, I mean, you got Wainwright in this game, you got Scherzer in this game. It's just fun to watch. I was much more excited for this matchup than Red Sox Yankees, to be honest. If it well, it does come in red. What a what a treat it is to get this shirt in red if that's the color you prefer. Why, yes. It's a weird check swing from Sosa. AL wildcard MVP, I would say Evaldi. Does it come in green? No! Sorry, I know, I got a little upset there. I try to please, but it does not come in green. Buster Hall of Fame without 2,000 hits? Absolutely. Hey, you want an interesting comp for Posey? It's Campanella. I know Campanella, it's kind of a different situation. He, was a Negro leaguer, but, I mean, I think statistically Posey is very comparable to Campanella at this point. So, certainly. And I don't think 2,000 hits is like a floor that catchers have to reach necessarily, it's for catchers, the counting stats game are just different, So I wouldn't worry about it. He's a Hall of Famer. Molina's a Hall of Famer. I feel like we can just kind of almost retire it, Especially, I think this season confirmed it for Posey, is there's a strikeout on Sosa. So yet to be determined. Kalana says, do the shirts run bigger, small, or anything like that? I find that they run true to size. I have one myself. Maybe just a little bit large, but I would say true to size for the most part. It just depends kind of how you want the fit, I guess. Some people like a tighter t-shirt. Some people like, a little bit baggier. Sprint speed on the shirts. If you should sprint to your mailbox at 30 feet per second, which is elite. If you have a foolish baseball shirt. They don't come in kid sizes, Lucas. That's actually, I never thought about that. I got to look into that and see if that's possible. But no, these are adult sizes. We got from small to 3XL. So if your children needed a tent, or you could order the 3XL if they needed a tent for the backyard. Hey, thank you so much for that super chat. I appreciate it. Love your work. Hey, love your work. Our shirt's bad at stating. I haven't. I mean, I'm a messy guy. I'm a pretty messy eater. I haven't had a problem with that. Just pop it in the washer and it's fine. If you're building your franchise right now and you can't get JT, which catcher are you building around? I mean, if I could pick anybody, then maybe Adley or someone like that. Adley or Will Smith. Francisco Alvarez, also really good. Surprised with the Tingler firing Bailey? No, I'm not, Toby. I just think when you have seasons like this where you have kind of like a win projection, right, and then you massively underachieve it, then that's very often what happens, So there's a walk on Harrison Bader, who has some of the best hair in the game. Should the Yankees fire Aaron Boone or Brian Cashman? No. Any new shirt designs coming to the store soon? I think probably this offseason that'll be a project of mine, Gary. I mean, that shirt design I have on there, I designed myself, and it just it took a lot of time, and so I just need to figure out what would be the best. It's difficult because I know this resembles a player that we all know and love, but for MLBPA licensing reasons, I don't want to directly like profit off a player's likeness. That's the kind of thing that can get you in trouble like that, and you can't have like team logos and stuff like that. So you have to be fairly creative. Former Astros fan here, still without a team to follow. When would you say it would be okay to support the team again? Once all the 2017 players are gone, or when everyone through the ownership leaves? Well, I mean, that's a personal question for you. I would, if I was an Astros fan, I would probably still be an Astros fan personally. But look, I think the ownership knew, and I think if I was in Manfred's shoes, I think Manfred had a chance to do like what Adam Silver did with Donald Sterling and basically make him sell the team and be like, that was like a big time decision, and Manfred, I think, was cowardly and not going after the ownership in any meaningful way. So it could be that, but yeah, honestly, if I were an Astros fan, I would still be an Astros fan because they aren't the only ones. They just simply weren't the only ones. They got caught. They maybe did it the most blatantly, but to act like all teams, all the other 29 teams are acting ethically, and the Astros are the unethical organization, I think it's a silly thing to believe. What do you normally do during the off season? I like to focus more on like my hobbies. Exercise more than I do in the off season than I do during the regular season. I like to game. I like to read. Probably like more sociable. What do you think of Max's performance so far? Max reminds me of some of the games he pitched during the 2019 World Series, where it doesn't necessarily look great, but then you're going to get to the end of the game and he's going to have 5 1/3 and 2 earned runs, and you're going to be like, oh, he was fine. At that, you can't complain about that. So it may look shaky, but the thing about Scherzer is like a pitcher of his talent, he can be like shaky and kind of get away with it. Thoughts on Elden Ring? So I've only played Dark Souls 1, so I really need to play like 2 and 3 before I would get like hyped up for Elden Ring. I get that it's not a continuation of the series, but yeah. I played 1. I mean, I started with 1, and I just love 1 so much I can't stop playing it. I'm on like my 4th playthrough of 1, so I need to move on and play 2 and 3. Because I think Elden Ring comes out in like January, right? A lot of people say skip 2, but I think I'm going to play 2. Okay, bunt advances the runner. Nice job by Wainwright. So that's going to bring up Edman again. And Edman, in his Edman's first AB, put up some pretty good swings, I think. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't think you can really cheat Tommy Edman, Are you going to watch any of the Braves games? Yeah, I'm going to Game 3 of the NLDS. What was my major in college? I majored in German studies and history, double major. When will you continue your OTP series? I don't know yet. I'm undecided on that. It depends if other things on Foolish Bailey take priority this offseason, which they very well could. Vlog on Patreon? Oh, that's an interesting idea. I don't think I would, but it's an interesting idea. Yes, I do, Jared. Ja, ich spreche gern Deutsch, aber mein Deutsch ist sehr schlecht. Meine Aussprache ist mein Problem. Ich höre wie ein Amerikaner. Kein Deutscher. They started to play the break music. I don't have a sound on the broadcast, so I can't hear that stuff. Are you a big WB side? Yeah, I am for sure. I love World Baseball Classic. I enjoyed Olympic baseball too. Olympic baseball was pretty good this year. Brian, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Supporting, indeed you are. Although everyone is supporting. You're supporting by tuning into a stream. You're supporting by, watching baseball bits when it comes out, But I really appreciate it. Do you think MLB should implement a 100 million salary? Well, they never will. I mean, I wouldn't say never, but it's not like that's going to happen during the CBA. I think, didn't I propose 80 or something like that? Or did I propose 100? Maybe I did propose 100 or 105. But yeah, I mean, I like the idea of salary floor, but it's going to be low if they implement it. It's going to be lower than I think we as fans would like to see. But I would trade salary floor for salary cap. I don't know if the players would, but as a fan, I would. William Kelly, favorite album of all time? I would say Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys. Big Papi Chulo. You watch cartoons of Japanese origin? Not really. I would say not really, but actually I kind of... like a few months ago, I was watching like some like Lupin the Third. On one of the streaming services, so I enjoyed that. I haven't seen all of it. It's all very like serialized, but yeah, so I'm not like opposed to it, but no, I wouldn't consider myself to be like an anime fan. I haven't seen enough of it to really say that, Lupin, is it? Well, I feel like it's very like Western influenced. Like kind of the charming gentleman thief. Yeah, my favorite anime is Family Guy and Seinfeld. Favorite current TV show? Well, I mean, I really liked HBO's Barry, the Bill Hader show, but that's been on like hiatus for a long time. Like it's been like we've been waiting for season 3 for a long time, but I still really like that show. So yeah, maybe that's my pick. By the way, I should point out, so originally I was going to do this stream for Patreon only, and I'll still do something cool and exclusive for the Patreon peeps, but I pulled them, and like 71 out of 79 said to open it up to the public. So you can thank the good people of the Foolish Baseball Patreon because they are more generous and kind than probably I am. So, but yeah, for $5 a month, you can join the Foolish Baseball Patreon, and it's kind of like being a Twitch sub. I think that's probably the best equivalent I can give, and you get access to cool stuff. I'll do like monthly Q&A on there typically, and you can even see there's a like kind of a lost episode of Baseball Bits that you could watch. It's about the 2018 World Series. It was very early in my Baseball Bits career, so I wasn't really a pro at it yet, but if that interests you, you can check it out, patreon.com/foolishbaseball. But I'm going to switch over to the game feed here because we're back in it with Adam Wainwright on the mound. Does Patreon leak? It doesn't leak. What I can actually do is display how much I earn. And the reason I do is just because I want to give people an idea of what they're getting into. Like this is... I mean, this is such a generous amount of money. It's more than I could have ever imagined. So I think it's sort of it's not to flex, but it's to let people know, hey, I'm doing all right. If you don't have to give me $5 if you don't want to. That's kind of why I do it. It's about transparency. Best seltzer flavor? I feel like I go for lime typically. It's not necessary that lime is the best, but I find it the most inoffensive. You know what I mean? And so if people really have a favorite that they gravitate towards, it's like I can always pick lime and not be like that guy. You know? Because seltzers are best served in a variety pack with friends. Let's be honest. I don't know who's sitting at home drinking a seltzer. Maybe that's just not me, I guess. I'm a very much like a social drinker, but I don't drink chilling at home ever. Will Smith's getting some pitches to hit. He's getting some pitches to hit. He would have liked that one back. I actually really like seltzer because my biggest problem when I drink is I get dehydrated, and so I have to always mix in water, or actually quite a few waters, because I feel like I get super dehydrated. So, but with a seltzer, it's already water, so problem solved. So it's actually way better, I think, than beer, at least from a hydration perspective. But they do. You're right, Adam. They do. I Will Smith is. I mean, Adam Wainwright is playing with fire here. I feel like against Will Smith, but he's being aggressive. He does not want to give him the free pass on this full count. You don't want to do a leadoff walk. That's some of my best baseball analysis right here. Did you hear that? Did you guys hear what I just said? You don't want to do a leadoff walk. That's what you tune in. That's what you tune in for. Did you see that? Did you see that? Maybe he is the I know how. Maybe he is the devil. Maybe Tommy Edman is the devil. I thought that was like a 2019 thing, but that was quite the play. And here's the thing about the Cardinals. That has been one of the keys to their success over the last 3, 4, 5 years. It's just that their infield defense is so good. It's Edman. It was Wong before that. I know DeYoung's not starting, but, Nolan and Goldschmidt. If you're a ground ball pitcher for the Cardinals, you will just outperform your peripherals over a full season. You've seen it with Dakota Hudson. You've seen it with Wainwright at times for sure. And, you even saw it with, like, John Gant this year at times. He early in the season, he was running a super low ERA. So that's really kind of how the Cardinals are built out of, is just ground ball pitching, great infield defense, and then you beat your FIP or whatever it is, because a ground ball to the Cardinals defense they make a lot of outs, But yeah, like, I mean, John Gant, as a Cardinal this year, had a 3.42 ERA, but a FIP over 5. And he's one of the highest ground ball rate starters this year. It's like, yeah, he was making it work, because it's, a lot of it is the Cardinals. When you have DeYoung, Edman, Nolan, Goldschmidt playing behind you, plus Bader. I know he's an outfielder, but still, I mean. Is there a player that had a bad season that you think will be good next year? A player that had a bad season that I think will be good next year. It's one of those things where I'm trying. I mean, you could pick someone who's like always been good that just happened to have a slip up this year. Um, I think Nola's a solid pick. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I can do a decent job of that, but I need to like look at the really just dig into the stats. It's not like a gut thing necessarily, you know. I'm in the process right now of grading my my picks. So it's like, you do remember when I did preseason 5 hitters I like, 5 pitchers I like, 5 players I dislike. Right now I'm in the process of grading that, like the outcome of that. And I'm hoping to have a video soon. But I think that was kind of the questions I was trying to do was, pick guys to break out who had had bad seasons in 2020 or even 2019. Um, or even pick players who had good seasons that I thought were going to slip off the face of the earth. So it really just comes down to looking at those peripherals. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I missed on Frankie Montas. I missed on Starling Marte, but you'll have to see the full video. That ball is struck well, but it looks like it's warning track. So we get through the second inning. Still 1-0 Cardinals. I don't know what that noise is. I don't know if you guys can hear that. They're about 60% to win this game. Still very much early going. Muncy hits that out. Evan, dude. Evan, thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Really appreciate it. It means the world to me. It really does. This has been such a big year for the channel, and I think a lot of it is just getting 162 games back this year. It's been huge. Ever been recognized as foolish BB in public? Actually, Beto, kind of not really. Like around the ballpark, sure, but never in like public. And occasionally, I'm not a fan of this, but occasionally someone will like message me like, "Hey Bailey, I saw you here, or I thought I saw you here. Was that you?" And sometimes it will be me, and it's like, well, I kind of almost preferred if you would come up and say hey rather than like message me after the fact. To be like, "I saw you at the gas station." Be like, "Yeah, I was there. That was me." But yeah, it doesn't happen often. And I think a big reason why it doesn't happen often is because still in public, a lot of the time I'm in a mask, and so you can't really recognize anyone. So I think, this channel's grown a lot since March 2020, but a lot of the times, I'm in public these days, I may be in a mask. Not always. If I'm outdoors, I might not be, but indoors, yes. Yeah, that was me in the bathroom at Denny's. Hey, Jackson, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Hoping to continue to provide more of that great content. What's my dream car? I don't really have one, Big Papi Chulo. I really like my Honda Fit. You a big Holy Roman Empire guy or no? I would say no. I'm more of a Byzantine Empire guy. I didn't like sort of the decentralized nature of the Holy Roman Empire. I think that kind of made it harder to study in some ways, I felt. It's cool though. I went to Aachen when I was in Germany. That was pretty cool. There's Soto. Everyone was talking about Soto being at the game. I see him. And he's there with Scott Boras. Scott Boras is everywhere at the game. Scott Boras was at Monday Night Football with Scherzer. No, I don't think Greinke will retire. I think Greinke, even if you say it's an iffy season, he can be the innings eater if he wants to be. If he wants to be the Chad innings eater for the next 3 years, he can do that, Why is Boris wearing a Nat shirt? Scherzer is his client. Well, I guess, but is Soto also a Boris guy? I mean, that would make sense, right? They're hanging out. That's weird. They usually have the agent listed. I assume he's a Boris guy. I mean, Soto is probably going to be. Thank you so much, Benjamin Stone. Let me go ahead and say that. I did see that. Boris Soto is going to be like the first $500 million player at this rate. He's going to be the first guy to get a contract over $500 million if he keeps it up. Dang, Goldschmidt is 6 for 35 with 18 strikeouts against Scherzer and 35 ABs. That's crazy. Although he did just hit one to right field for a single. So that's kind of the curse. It's the curse of the Chiron right there. That's what I would call it. The curse of the Chiron. Scherzer Hall of Fame, of course. Scherzer, Greinke, Verlander, and Kershaw are all like easy Hall of Famers at this point. I'm not sure if they'll all be first ballot, but they'll all make the Hall of Fame. Rich Rodriguez getting left off the playoff roster? I hope not. I don't think that would be a good play on their part. I just can't imagine that they can build a full bullpen that has all pitchers better than Rich Rodriguez. Goldschmidt Hall of Fame, and by some measures, he would be on pace. But he's going to have to continue to play well to an old age. He's going to have to like overperform a projected aging curve, but he's not going to have to overperform it a lot to be seen as a potential Hall of Famer. Yeah, he did, Adam, and there was just no strikeouts. Everything was just a ball in play. So his ratios really were not very good. Like, I don't know how well you guys can see this, but like as a Brave, 3 strikeouts per 9. He had his FIP as a Brave was over 6. So, but his ERA was normal. I don't know what his RA9 was. Yeah, his RA9, same thing. It's a big out for Scherzer. Freddie Freeman at current pace Hall of Fame? I think so, Zach. I think quietly, but yes. I do think so at this pace. In OOTP, I play as the Braves, somewhat frequently, and very often in my saves, Freddie Freeman ends up a Hall of Famer. Favorite social media platform for personal use? I don't really have a social media platform I use for personal use anymore. I guess I read Twitter. Maybe I picked Twitter then. Because I do have it's not really a burner, but I do have like a personal account where I follow like non-sports stuff. Shane Bieber? Sure. I think so. But I mean, if someone's in a Hall of Fame trajectory at like 25, there have been probably like 500 players on a Hall of Fame trajectory, through age 25 or even 1,000. So it's not as meaningful to be on a Hall of Fame trajectory at Shane Bieber's age than it is Freddie Freeman's age, for example. I'm not saying that to like, criticize. You still play OTP with any frequency? I haven't played it since I did the series on the channel, but I probably will play it this offseason. Kutch Hall of Fame? I don't think so. I think that's just a hall of very good, but you could make the argument. But I don't think he's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. I don't think voters will go for it. He could be Veterans Committee. I know he's extremely well liked. But if I was a voter, I don't think I would check the box. And I don't think I would check the box for Wainwright either. But maybe. Here's what I'm going to say, guys. No more Hall of Fame. Can we... Because here's what... Every time I do a live stream, I'm not trying to, like, kill the mood, but, like, every time I do a live stream, it's just 100 people asking me about their favorite player and if they're going to make the Hall of Fame. So, no, you can keep asking, but no more. No more. Scherzer trying to get out of this inning right here. Had that leadoff single to Goldschmidt. And I do think it is a lot like one of those 2019 World Series type starts where he maybe doesn't quite have it, but the result is going to be good enough from an innings pitched and runs perspective to keep his team in the game. And so it's just going to be a question of what can the Dodger bats do against the Cardinals, you know? Most underrated pickup this trade deadline, I would say Jorge Soler, honestly. I mean, I love Soler. He's the guy of all the guys the Braves have picked up. That's who I want back on the team. There is a Hall of Fame for umpires. I mean, it's the Hall of Fame. You can get into the Hall of Fame as an umpire. And I bet Joe West will get in. He's had one of the most, I know he's like, it's one of those things where, like, when you're an umpire, you kind of don't want to, like, make a name for yourself, but he's made a name for himself, and Joe West is probably the most famous umpire in MLB history. I mean, when you think of MLB umpire, the first person that might come to mind is Joe West. So I have no doubts that he will, be in the Hall of Fame someday, They don't give out they don't put him in the Hall of Fame for umpire scorecards, Angel Hernandez, yeah, or Greg Gibson, the home plate umpire, motioning to both dugouts. Favorite current non-baseball athlete? Favorite current non-baseball athlete? Probably Messi. I know it's kind of a boring answer, but that would probably be my pick. Are you an all Atlanta sports fan? Yes, but my fandom for the Braves is greater than my fandom for the other teams. Like, I'm kind of a fair weather Hawks fan, and I'm a fair weather Atlanta United fan. Favorite golfer? I like Cantlay, honestly. What do you think of Trae Young? I think, I mean, I'm a fan. I just think, the Hawks are ran by a former Warriors guy. And so, when he took over the Hawks, he was thinking, I need to get my Steph Curry. And I think Trae Young is a pretty good comp to Steph Curry. I know he's not as good, but as far as the archetype of the player goes, sure. And I think the city really likes him. I think he brings energy to the team. So, of course, I'm a big Trae Young fan. Favorite bowler? Who do you think you are? I am. Who do you guys think is going to win this game? I feel like I haven't even asked that yet. I know the Cardinals are up 1-0. We're middle of the third. Who do you think is actually going to win this game? because I'm the devil in me wants to root for Cardinals, right? But the way I kind of still feel like it's advantage Dodgers right now. But Wainwright looks good. But it's the first time through the order, Second, third time through the order, it can be completely different. Let's do a poll. Who's going to... Let's do a poll right now. Cards, Dodgers. Did that post? Yeah, okay. And here's Cody Bellinger. I'm telling, one game, anything can happen. It would be very funny if Cody Bellinger was, the offensive MVP of this game. I'm rooting for it to some extent. He's struggled so much this year, has been historically bad. Bellinger has been historically bad. For someone to have won the MVP award at 22 and to be this bad at 24 is absolutely, I think, unprecedented in all of MLB history. And I'm sure he's injured. I'm sure he's playing through some degree of injury. I know his back has given it a problem, but you got to feel for him. Can't guard Mello. So I came up with the name Foolish Baseball. The story is I'd read Keith Law's Smart Baseball book, and when I came up with the name Foolish Baseball as Cody Bellinger leadoff walk, I wanted to come up with the name for a project that also said, hey, this is going to be maybe a sort of more analytically friendly look at the game, but I also didn't want it to be so self-congratulatory as the title Smart Baseball. I think Smart Baseball is like patting yourself on the back. Oh, I'm so smart. Oh, good for me. And I feel like Foolish Baseball, that name is kind of the antithesis of that. And yet it's, philosophically it's coming from a lot of the same places. And so here's Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer with the old 0 for 59 this year. Loved that for him. And he is very much in a sack bunt situation. We know the Dodgers pitchers like to bunt, but he's new. Will he continue in the rich history of Dodgers pitchers sacrifice bunting? He's not a natural Dodger. He's a hired gun. If Kershaw was doing it, he'd feel much better. Max goes yard. Well, that's funny, too, because maybe the 2020 not hitting just completely screwed some of these guys over, but Scherzer was very bad this year, but he had some, decent hitting performances as a pitcher. And then I think Brandon Woodruff was also a good example. Woodruff was a great hitter in 2019, 2018, around there, and then this year in 2021, he was terrible. And when I'm saying terrible, I'm saying even relative to the pitcher position, bad. Yeah, he's not a real Dodger if he can't get this sack bunt down. So let's see it. Scherzer. All right, 3-1 count. 3-1 count. Green light. Do you think there's legitimacy to the Kershaw playoff choker? No, because I think that label, I'm going to end this poll. We're at Cardinals 61%, which is actually, well, it's fairly close to the win probability of the game on Savant. I think the Kershaw playoff choker is, a lot of it is Dave Roberts. A lot of it is pitching him on short rest. A lot of it is pitching him out of the bullpen. That's where it's gone wrong a lot of the times for him. And his peripherals in the playoffs have been better than his surface ERA type stats typically. So And they won the World Series, right? It's over, It's over. There's no reason to have a discussion about it anymore. They did it. He did it. He has the ring, so what does it matter? And speaking of did it, there's a little bunt for Max Scherzer. So the saga continues. So Mookie here with a chance to tie it up. Had a single off Wainwright to begin the game. That was hit pretty well, 99 miles per hour. I would not be worried about Cole, Turtwig Warrior. I just think maybe he just got worn down. He had a rough patch. Oh, Edmundo Sosa. Edmundo Sosa, you want to, maybe that's a couple plays DeYoung would have made. Interesting. How many NL pitchers do you take before the AL Cy Young winner? Well, I take Burns. I take Wheeler. I think I take 4. No, maybe I take 3. It's at least 2, though. I don't know about, like, Buehler and Scherzer versus Ray necessarily. DeGrom's kind of a different case. He pitched less than 100 innings, but definitely Burns and Wheeler ahead of any AL pitcher this year. I think Ray will win the Cy Young. I think that's going to be him. All right, so runners up first and second. Corey Seager at the plate. Corey Seager, in many ways, one of the playoff heroes last year for the Dodgers, hit 8 home runs, I believe, last postseason. It's curious because Sosa did have a little bit of a misplay in the first inning, I think, and it didn't come back to bite them. It'll be interesting to see if it comes back to bite them this inning, Did they actually call that a hit for Betts? I think they did. I have the broadcast muted, but I would call it a hit because the standards for an error are, it has to be like a super routine play, and I'm not even convinced that was a routine play. So I get it. I mean, you can watch. There's a video on this channel, MLB bad outfield plays that aren't errors, and you could kind of get a good glimpse at, some of the plays that are ruled hits, and it can also kind of reveal how silly fielding percentage is overall, right? Yeah, I mean that's the thing, Nathan, is like, if it's a 50-50 play, you can't call it an error. Even if it's an 80-20 play, you probably don't call it an error. You look for like a 90-10 play or a 95-5 play. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying de facto that's how it's called. .830 expected batting at. Well, that's not really a factor. I mean, it's 830, but there's no spray angle integrated in that. It would have been 830 if he hit it where nobody was. Not, that's not a factor in whether it's called a hit or an error. I hear what you're saying, though. All right, full count. Full count to Corey. Don't have a base to put him on. This is what I said earlier. If he looked really good first time through the order, but you never know. Second time, it can get trickier. And they might have been a little bit of a cross-up there or something. I don't think Molina was expecting the ball to do that. Yeah, so there's a mound meeting right now. Maybe they're making sure they've got the signs right, among other things. Best under the radar hitter this year. Best under the radar hitter. I think maybe like Teoscar could be a good one. I think Candelario could be a good one. I think even someone like Sosa, who I think has done a lot of things well at the plate. Nicky Lopez, I feel like, is everyone's answer to this question. So it's almost like it's a little bit cliche, but I mean, that's a great pick. Polanco was really good. Jorge Polanco was really good. Kyle Tucker, again, Kyle Tucker was too good this year to be considered under the radar in my mind. So bases loaded, one out. This is a sticky situation. Brandon Lau is always kind of underrated. Yeah, that's why I put him on the back end of my Foolish 50 ranking, Michael. I think he was like 49th or something like that, 48th, somewhere around there. So bases loaded, nowhere to put Trey Turner. So 1-0 count for me. Yes, I have been watching Matt Diamodio's Jeopardy run. I'm enjoying the Amodio rodeo. He's a baseball guy, Matt Amodio. So good for him. Him and Holtzhauer were both baseball nerd guys. I like them both. I think Jeopardy is much more compelling when there's like a super champion. So I think it's been good for him to go on this run with all the hosting controversy distraction, you know. So I think it's been huge. Is Foolish 50 part of the video? No, I'm gonna do Foolish 50 separately, Carter. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing those breakout picks and the bus as one video, and then I'm gonna be doing the Foolish 50 as another one. But right now I'm working on hitters I like, pitchers I like. So there's a foul ball to make it a 2-1 count. Did you ever do Quiz Bowl? No. No, I mean, I like bar trivia, but I never did anything like that. Soto or Vlad this year only? I would say Soto. I just love OBP, and Soto graded out well in right field this year. So I would pick Soto. But I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. It's close enough. Is Soto your MVP? No, I still think Harper. I think Harper's got it. Harper beat Soto in WRC Plus ultimately. And with them playing, you know, the same position, yeah, that just kind of makes me think Harper's the NL MVP this year. Either way, I look great because I made the Juan Soto video back in 2019 before they won the World Series. I made the Bryce Harper, you know, defending Bryce Harper type of video. So either way, I'm a genius and I'm smarter than everyone. So maybe they should just give it to both. Maybe they should tie in the voting and then they both get MVP and then I can be like, yes, exactly. That's what I was trying to tell you guys. Do you take team success into account? I don't care. And even in this year with this NL MVP race, you know, Tatis, Harper, Soto, none of their teams made the playoffs. Angels didn't make the playoffs. You know, Blue Jays didn't make the playoffs. So that's pretty big. That's pretty big right there. And that's what you get. You get a ground ball You get a little Cardinals infield defense. That's how it's done. That's a good job by Wainwright, in my opinion. This was really kind of understated. You'll see it on the replay better. Wainwright does not reach out for the ball. He does not try to do a kick save with his leg. He lets it go right past him. He knows that's how he wins, is he gets the double play ball. And you've seen pitchers do that before and just kind of mess up the play by trying to be the ones that make the play themselves defensively. He could have done that, and I think he conscientiously chose to let the ball roll past him and let his infield make that play. Interestingly enough, at one point in that inning, the win probability darted back to the Dodgers. Now they're fairly even. Benjamin Stone. I have a project where I get to pick my research question. I want to use this season's stats. Any ideas? Go. You're a data analytics major. You have a project where you get to pick your research question. And is it baseball related? This was not my area of expertise necessarily. I mean, that's not what I studied in college, I'll say. I think, if it's a baseball type question, it would be interesting to look at things like relationship, not just between like spin rate and swing and miss, but also like spin axis, spin efficiency, even like, seams shifted wake type stats where, when pitchers have an arm angle, but their spin axis doesn't match that. You know what I mean? Like you might have an over-the-top guy who gets a lot of horizontal run on certain pitches. That's always been interesting to me. Or vice versa. Side armor gets a lot of... Or even guy who spins the ball, sort of... You think it's going to be 1260, but it does get some horizontal... It's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if that's the acceptable answer for you. I don't know if it's about... I don't know if your project is a baseball project or not, but I just think, there's a lot going on with spin these days. I think people are going to be talking about spin. Or you could do, Matt Deemer's suggestion. You could look at, before and after the sticky stuff memos were announced and when the rules were enforced. I think June 3rd is the cutoff. I think that's when they started checking people. I may be wrong. You may have to look that up yourself. But yeah. Braves versus Brewers predictions. I have no idea, man. I think it's definitely a winnable series for the Braves. But at the same time, I will say I think the Brewers are capable of winning the World Series. And I don't necessarily feel the same way about the Braves. But in a 5-game series, I mean, anything can happen. You look at it, the Brewers might get just shutdown performances from Woodruff, Burns, Peralta, and that would be it, right? But, Brewers' offense hasn't been, always the best this year. And so you look at the Braves, well, they might just get great performances from Morton, Fried, Anderson, all of whom pitched really well down the stretch, and that might be it, So that series could go either way. Favorite Dark Souls build? Right now I'm playing a build with the Gold Tracer. It's a really interesting weapon, that Gold Tracer. But if it's a strength type build, I like the large club. Not the great club, I like large club. I also like all the clubs in Dark Souls because it reminds me of swinging a baseball bat. Riley asks, do you watch The Simpsons? Yes. Big Simpsons, like seasons 2 through 8 fan. That's kind of, to me, the golden age. Favorite rappers? I think the best rapper of all time is Andre 3000. I just don't think anyone's done it better than him. They're showing the sequence from that Turner at bat. He's pretty amped up. Well, with Turner's speed, you wouldn't pick him to be a ground into the double play type of guy. So I think that's really what made that play surprising. Yachty hit that 103. It wasn't out, but he did hit that 103. 550 XBA. That's a nice play by Scherzer. Pouncing off the mound. Pouncing off the mound like a graceful panther. Just a big boy. Gold Glove Scherzer. He's doing all the stuff that boomers like. He had a sacrifice bunt, and he played pitcher defense. I'm sure they're raving about him right now on the broadcast. But good for him. I hate the digital mount advertisement. That one, what I don't like is when they... Oh, yes, fuzzy, yeah. Yeah, then you can subscribe to my Only Baseball Fans. It's for baseball fans only. Who's the framed picture of in the background? That is Nap Lajoie. A player so good they named the team after him for a few years. Would you quit YouTube to work for the Braves? Almost certainly not. Being an armchair GM is so much better than being a real GM, you know? This is just so much better. And he'd work on YouTube for the Braves. That's probably the answer, right? If someone hired me, they wouldn't hire me to, like, be a front office stat head. They would hire me to, like, make videos. That's my skill, in my opinion. I would be like a content guy. Thoughts on Rafi Devers? This was a big year for him. He's a great hitter. Just not a great third baseman defensively. Definitely, he wasn't on my foolish 50 this year, and he probably will be next year. He was like a very borderline player for me last year. He didn't make the list, and I imagine when I make the list this offseason, he'll be on there. Thoughts on Sandy Alcantara? Great. I think Sandy Alcantara had an amazing season. I think among the starting pitching ranks, volume is so huge. He was one of, I think, 4 pitchers this year, maybe 3 pitchers this year to throw 200 innings, which is something that's just basically going extinct in today's game, is the pitcher who can throw 200 innings. So I think Alcantara is, possibly a top 10 starting pitcher. That volume and that efficiency means a lot to me. Is Jose Ramirez an underrated fielder? I've always kind of felt that way. Like, he grades out well, typically, even if the eye test doesn't always look good. It's because he's not very athletic looking, I think. But he is athletic. Any 2021 Mariners players in the Foolish 50? Well... Probably not, honestly. I mean, it's one of those things where it's not really an indictment on your team as much as you think it is. Like, teams are just constructed all sorts of different ways. There was one Tampa Bay Ray on the Foolish 50, I think, and he was number, 48, and so... And the Rays cruised, won the NL or AL East really easily. And so it's just like, hey, man... You can easily have, a good team and not have a top 50 player in the league, Who your 10th best player is probably it may be as important as who your best player is, if that makes sense. But yeah, as far as like answering if other certain players will be in the Foolish 50, I don't know because I haven't started building the list yet, you know? Oh, yeah, Nelson Cruz. Yes, that's true, Sir White Guy. However, he did not start the season on the race. But I see your point. That's a good point. There weren't any Giants on the Foolish 50, if I recall, either. And it's not like I thought the Giants were going to be bad. I didn't think they were going to be this good, but I didn't think they were bad. There were Rockies, you know. Trevor Story was in the top 20. Does that mean the Rockies were good, you know? Soto or Harper? I mean, if you're going to spam it, Soto long-term, of course, but I think Harper for MVP this year, you know? Harper MVP this year, but Soto's better overall, like true talent, sure. Soto or Harper, Soto or Harper. Soto or Harper. So it picks up, pick one. You pick one, and then you pick one right now. Soto or Harper, pick one. Pick a guy. How come you hate Harper? Let's see. So 60% on the win probability. Wainwright he just keeps it going. That Wainwright. Badu Hall of Fame. I think probably second ballot. Second ballot. He may go first ballot if he doesn't have to share it with Nico Goodrum. Why is no one talking about Oscar Gonzalez? Is that the Mariners outfielder? Who's the Mariners outfield prospect, Gonzalez? What's his first name? Rookie ball guy. I talked about him. Foolish 50 is fraudulent. Doesn't have Jeff Math. Hey, that's probably the best criticism I've heard so far, Douglas. It is fraudulent because it doesn't have Jeff Mathis. No, I'm not talking about Julio Rodriguez. I know who that is. Cleveland prospect. Oh, okay. Oscar Gonzalez. I think I've seen it maybe. I don't know. I mean, I feel like George Valera is kind of like the breakout Cleveland prospect from this year. Thoughts on Anthony Volpe? I think possibly Anthony Volpe had the best season of any minor leaguer this year. I really do. I just think in terms of like raising your prospect status, it's hard. I almost feel like Volpe is like the minor league player of the year. He was just phenomenal. And obviously, you know, he's a former first round pick and he has that sort of pedigree, but yeah, he's definitely launched himself into the conversation where, you know, he'll probably be seen as a top 20, top 15, maybe top 10 prospect. So, I mean, it could not have possibly gone better if you're a Yankees fan, you know, for Anthony Volpe. What about Jose Miranda? What about Adley, though? You know? That's what's kind of funny is, like, I just, you know, if you say like something nice about a prospect, it's like, what about the guy on my team that I like? You know what I mean? I'm not, you know what I mean? What about the guy on the team that I watch on TV that lives close to my house? What can you talk about that guy? Because this made me uncomfortable when you talked about the other guy. Yeah, I mean, Adley's the number one prospect, you know. Best catching prospect we've seen in you know, a few years. And then Jose Miranda, I said this about Jose Miranda on the channel. The thing about Jose Miranda is, you know, when you have a player like that, who hits like that, who has that level of performance at that age at AAA, typically they go on to be productive big leaguers. And I don't know if that means Jose Miranda's an all-star. I don't know if that means Jose Miranda's, just a good platoon bat. But typically, just based on, just that level of performance at that age, at that level of the minors, it correlates well with a productive major league career. Favorite Pet Sound song? I'm Waiting for the Day. I'm not waiting for the day to tell you my favorite Pet Sound song. That is the title of my favorite Pet Sound song. My favorite MLB teams? My favorite MLB teams are the Braves, the Nationals, the Phillies, the Marlins, the Cardinals, the Cubs, and the Pirates, and the Brewers. And the Reds, and the Dodgers, and the Rockies. I did skip Mets on purpose, let's be very clear, but I'm not going to do the whole joke. But the joke was that I skipped Mets. Why the Mets hate it? There's no hate, it's just a joke. Who are the Padres hiring? I think the Padres will probably be hiring the guy who made the San Diego Love rap video. I think that's probably going to be their next manager. Is the guys that made the San Diego Love Tupac rap video. I think that's the only way to save the team. When's the new baseball bits? I'm hoping for Monday. Thoughts on Frank Schwindel? Well, I think I posted an interesting stat about him, and with Frank the Tank, Justin Turner gave that ball a ride. That's a tie game. All right. Well, first of all, let's just see where you guys are at. All right. Did you change your mind? How reactive are you guys to new stimuli? But anyways, with Frank the Tank, so 1,000 OPS in like first 56 games with the team, that hadn't happened since Matt Holliday joined the Cardinals in 2009 there at the deadline. So that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool fact. That to have a player join a franchise and hit the ground running like that, it hadn't happened since that big time acquisition of Matt Holliday for the Cardinals. The only Frank the Tank is Frank Kaminsky. I think the only Frank the Tank is Frank Fleming. Thoughts on Nate Pearson? I think Nate Pearson may be the right move for the Blue Jays if Nate Pearson just becomes like an elite reliever, which is no guarantee, but I think that may be where his career is trending towards the bullpen. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, we've turned on the Cardinals a little bit. We still have a slight Cardinals majority at 51%. So I think that's pretty reasonable. Is Aaron Boone getting fired? I doubt it. That was a really good pitch by Wainwright. That had Pollock chasing. For your opinion, the Rockies will never be able to field a competitive team because the Coors effect prevents bullpen development. I mean, they've fielded competitive teams, Chris. You know, they almost won the division a few years ago. So it's kind of hard to argue that, I think. I mean, you're absolutely right. It's a disadvantage, in my opinion, that they play in Coors. But I still am of the belief that Coors can be flipped into an advantage, and you saw a little bit of that this year with how much better they were at home than on the road. I mean, I picked as one of my reliever breakout picks, I picked Robert Stevenson. He had a very good ERA. Favorite BREF Easter egg, I'm a Paul O'Neill kicking guy. That's a good one. For those of you that don't know, because Paul O'Neill once had a kick save of the baseball. He is bats left, throws left, kicks left on Baseball Reference. Another similar one is Jim Abbott, the one-handed pitcher who is bats left, throws left, fields left as well. Everything was left. One of the classic ones from this year is the Mariners and their fun differential, 2021 Seattle Mariners, with a negative 51 run differential, but a plus 90 fun differential, which I suppose fun differential is tied to wins. Big strikeout there. There's a Michael Guthrie. There is a Ringer article that is, I'm not sure if it's exclusively about the Easter eggs, but it's about just the best Baseball Reference pages. Penny, for your thoughts, what Story's offseason options? Why didn't the Rockies trade him? Are we in for a worse GM tenure than Jeff? I think so. Story's offseason options, I actually like of all maybe the. So Correa's like the flashiest guy hitting the market. You know what I mean? Like Correa's going to get paid the most, I think, and then Seeger's going to get a lot as well. But I kind of think if I'm a team from a value perspective, I sort of feel like Story is the guy you want. He's just so well-rounded. And, you know, you've seen what LeMahieu did after leaving Coors, what Arenado's done offensively this season. I think that can sort of calm yourself about the Coors effect. So, you know, he could be a Tigers guy. He could be a Yankees guy. You know, it's almost one of those things where people were talking about the Cardinals trading for Story. You know, if the Cardinals, the DeWitt family, wants to spend the money, they could go out and get Story, you know. If he's only like the third or maybe even fourth most expensive shortstop, it's possible. As far as are they in for a worse GM tenure than Jeff? I'm not sure if it can get much worse than Jeff, but I don't think as a Rockies fan you should feel happy about promoting a GM from the inside, if that makes sense. You know, things have been in such a disarray. You would I think, just as a general rule, prefer an outsider to come run that team, and that's not how it turned out. So my faith in the Rockies is still pretty slim. Although there were some positives to take away from this year. No GM tenure is worse than Brian Cashman. I hope you don't actually believe that, Matt. I sincerely hope you don't actually believe that. Favorite non-baseball YouTube channel? We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I like Tom Scott. I like Report of the Week. I like Mapman. That's Jay Foreman. I like GeoWizard. I didn't mention this last time. I like Buff Carell. Buff Carell's got a great YouTube channel going. Good Golf. I've been watching some of those. I guess that's non-baseball. It's still sports. Red Letter Media. Great shout out, Michael. I do like Best of the Worst. But yeah, just a few. Summoning Salt. Everyone, I feel like it's established that I like Summoning Salt. But yeah, Summoning Salt, Donkey, sure. All-time favorite joke? Probably you. Thoughts on Ke'Bryan Hayes' future? I think for Hayes, his is for Ke'Bryan Hayes, the goal was always to be like the goal for Ke'Bryan Hayes was probably to be like to follow in the steps of Arenado and Chapman, right? Just to be like, one of those great, maybe even generational defensive talents at third base while being a good hitter. Maybe a 110, 120 OPS plus WRC plus guy, and with elite third base defense, you're getting maybe 5 more seasons off of that. So I think if you're a Pirates fan, I think that's what you're hoping for with Hayes, is to follow in the footsteps of Chapman and Arenado. Does Nate Pearson become a starter? Andy, I'm starting to think he's trending towards bullpen. I really do. But I haven't really paid too much attention to Nate Pearson this year, so maybe there's more research to be done. Let's what was his pitch mix like this year, for example? The traditional sort of approach will tell you he needs 3 pitches. I don't think that's always the case, but he was basically a 2-pitch pitcher this year. Yeah, I mean, I would almost my general belief is I would much rather see elite reliever than average starter. But it depends. And I think it depends, too, especially for the Blue Jays, if they're going to bring back Robbie Ray, because they have Barrios, they have Ryu, But, yeah, the question is almost how much better is Nate Pearson going to be than whoever their 5th option in the rotation is. Played in high school with Kyle Muller. Yeah, I do. I like him. And I like Tucker Davidson as well. Kyle Muller and Tucker Davidson both showed a lot and actually had some pretty key starts for the Braves when not all their pitchers were healthy. And that helped keep them afloat. Could Alek Manoah be a top of the rotation pitcher? I do think so. I think he has the stuff to be a top of the rotation pitcher. Now, I'm not saying, and you know this, but you have to be careful. Of course he could be. He has that ability. But what I'm not saying is, oh yeah, dude, definitely. I'm just saying he could be, And the same goes for, Shane Baz. There's an upside there because their stuff is so nasty. Do you think Tony Gonzalen has any ability to be a good pitcher? Of course I do, Mark. I mean, Gonzalen's numbers in 2020 were insanely good. He had 2.31 ERA, 2.29 FIP. Even this year, he still had 3.23 ERA. I mean, he definitely got lucky with that home run fly ball ratio, but I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, I think Tony Gonzalen could be like a very productive pitcher. I don't know why you asked it like it was. It's like, oh, does he have any chance? He's such a bum, that Tony Gonzalen, No, I think he's pretty great. And he does love cats. He loves cats, and that's what makes me believe in him. Yeah, I think Gonsolin's probably one of the better young pitchers in the game. And I think, I don't give like fantasy thoughts on Tyler Mahle. I'll have thoughts on Tyler Mahle soon on this channel. So as there is Tommy Edman continuing to be the devil. Defensive plays all day. And then 65-mile-per-hour single to complement a 75-mile-per-hour single. What I think Tanner's ceiling is, I don't think it's ace as a ceiling. I think it's like, you want him in the rotation. He could be a great, maybe number 3, That's not to talk bad about them. Every team needs at least 5 good, healthy starting pitchers at any moment. So Whether you're a 1 or a 5, if you're in there, you're in there, you know? All right, so Scherzer, leadoff single to Edman. You have to wonder, third time through the order, if this will mirror his first inning where he did allow his only run of the game. They're showing that there's a shift, a fairly strong shift to the left side for Goldschmidt. What is your hottest take? Matt Deemer, my hottest take I shared yesterday was about AL Manager of the Year. I don't know if you were in here yesterday. It's not like something that I like adamantly believe, but it was just kind of fun to argue for argument's sake. But my AL Manager of the Year hot take was pretty funny yesterday. But I basically said that Joe Madden should be AL Manager of the Year because on a personnel managing level, there was no more impactful decision made by a manager for a player than the decision to take the leash off Ohtani and just let him do it, without all like the rest days. So that was like my just fun hot take argue. I don't have a Javi Baez contract estimate. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't know. He's tough. He's been inconsistent at times in his career. I just don't have one for you. I need to look more at the performance overall. I'm sorry. Like I would rather, the thing about me, guys, it can be tough because it's like when I relay information to y'all, I want to be right, and it's like and a lot of the stuff I do on baseball bits takes a lot of research, and so if you want like just off the cuff type of answers, it can be hard for me because I don't want to be wrong, I want to make sure I'm always giving an educated answer. Foolish baseball contract estimate. I think I'll make about $3 trillion this year. Whatever the world's GDP is, I would like to make double that. Do you have an actual formula for that we could see? Yeah, I mean, so, the 400 machine, you got to look at, it's like you have to math it out, but it's like, I feel like it's laid out in the video, you have your BABIP, right? You have your strikeouts, and you have to look at strikeouts not on a plate appearance basis, but you have to look at strikeouts, I think, on an AB basis. And then you have to look at home run rates on an AB basis. So once you can establish on an AB basis, because ABs are the denominator for batting average, once you can establish how many of those ABs are going to be home runs, which are always hits, or strikeouts, which are never hits, then you take BABIP for the rest of the batted balls, and then you can really get the batting average. You try to add that up to 400, I hope that makes sense, but that was what it was about. Kyle, thanks for another great season of content and stats. Really, but hey, Kyle, thanks. I've really enjoyed, doing stuff on this second channel. Question here from Steven. Do you think it's a big deal that the MLB average is going down each year? I do, Steven. I do. I think I would love to see the batting average come up because the batting average going down is really just a side effect of 3 true outcome baseball. And, I think that when you have strikeout rates going up, then obviously, batting average is going to go down. So are you ever going to go max bay on us? I doubt it, James. James, you and I both know I'm not that smart. I'm not smart enough to go max bay on you. So I'm here. I'm stuck, baby. You're stuck in here with me, baby. But yeah, big jam here for Scherzer. And runners on first and second. And it's third time through the order. That's what it is, Gucci or Jeezy? I've always liked Gucci more, I think. I was never a huge Jeezy fan, although I respect, what Jeezy's done for the culture. He is just so synonymous with trap. But I like Gucci. But yeah, this is a huge, and I will say O'Neill hasn't looked great against Scherzer so far. He's obviously, big home run guy. So there's another pretty big swing, 0-2. We show how much luck the Mariners had this year and how they'll probably fall hard. Yeah, I mean, you could look at, so the Mariners, and look, this isn't going to be the most scientific approach to it, but now I want to make sure I'm also watching the game. So let's watch this pitch to O'Neill. Oh, okay. So they had a Pythag of 76.86, So if they were like a normal team that was not having fun differential, they would have been 76.86. That's what the philosopher Pythagoras thinks. Their bullpen was good enough that you would expect them to beat that, I think, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Mariners don't make huge changes to their team this offseason, they could very well be a 500 team next year, that's not as in contention as they were this year. I've kind of said that I feel like Julio Rodriguez will be the difference maker for them, and that if you're, a Mariners fan, the window really opens when he makes the majors, because he could have the effect on the Mariners that Acuna had on the Braves. Do you have picks for who wins this game? I'm actually, just given the situation we're in right now, I'm going to pull y'all again. It's been fun to do sort of intermittently, because you got the Cards, advantage to them right now, just with the runners on base. What do you think about the Mariners' traffic in the outfield? Who's going? I think Trammell, but I could be wrong. There's a big strikeout for Scherzer. That's one away. And that's one of those where, I mean, you want to see balls in play, but it's Scherzer, Is this the end of Scherzer's day? Is that Roberts out to get him? Okay. Who's next up in the order? Are they bringing in lefty? Let's see. Bringing in Joe. Yeah. Where's I need to see if it is indeed Joe Kelly. I need to see. I need to see what the Jorker thinks about this. The Jorker is having a difficult time with. First of all, the Jorker already did not like seeing Scherzer see the top of the order for a third time. Did I say that Scherzer would get pulled before Wainwright? I think I said that. Because it's more about how the Dodgers are set up, that they could have a shorter leash on their starter in this game than I think the Cardinals would have with Wainwright. I don't really think it was a commentary on Wainwright versus Scherzer themselves. But yeah, so it's Joe Kelly time. Talking about playoff Joe Kelly. Let's go. You said he'd go like 5. Well, yeah, I did say. Well, yeah, I was wrong on that. Who's the best World Series winning team since 1998? I almost feel like it's that 2018 Red Sox team, man. And look, they weren't perfect. They weren't the best pitching team in the league, but they won 108 games, and they got to the playoffs, and they just kind of cruised. They never had to play in an elimination type game. Really, they just took care of business against really good teams all throughout that postseason. So. That team was really impressive. Do you think George Springer will stay healthy? If I could predict like player injuries, I would be the best GM in baseball right now. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Poor Dave Roberts. His team sucks. Is this gonna be a Dave Roberts common mistake, or will it be a common success? Scherzer, I would say, not the happiest talking to Dave Roberts, but it's one of those things you're not privy to that conversation. You don't know if he's mad at Dave Roberts or if he's mad at himself. There are no Dave Roberts common successes. I don't think Dave Roberts could overmanage this game because it's one game, do or die. He can use a million pitchers if he wants. Personally, thoughts on Kofi's TikTok game? Yeah, dude. The one about Steelers fans versus Bengals fans, and they got another guy doing a collab who's a Browns fan. That's a pretty good one. I feel like I've scrolled past that like 10 times and I laughed every time. Will Max Scherzer be unanimous first ballot Hall of Fame? No, he won't be unanimous. I don't think any pitcher in today's generation will be unanimous because none of them are going to win 300 games. So if you're not winning 300 games as a starter, I don't think there's any chance for you to be unanimous. How much is the painting actually? I'm trying to think. Like the canvas. Um, yeah, I think it was like $3 million at auction. I mean, it's an original. I have original Rembrandt. So yeah, I mean that's like a month's worth of earnings for me. $3 million. Who would you pick to replace Tingler in San Diego? Rod Barajas. It's the only solution. Well, ground ball. Okay, smart base running there. Wasting Justin Turner's time. Force out at third. Fielder's choice. So, good outcome for the Dodgers. But still, first and second with 2 outs now. Is Dusty Dave Roberts' postseason managing mentor? But isn't it kind of the opposite, Michael? When Dusty would have left Scherzer in and let him allow 4 runs and leave with 2 more runners on. That would have been the Dusty Baker. At least the Dusty Baker of old. I don't have any problems with how Dusty managed the postseason last year for Houston. This is absolutely a key moment in this game right here. Dylan Carlson. Future unanimous Hall of Famer Dylan Carlson versus Joe Kelly. Casey Gray asks, with a super chat, what fundamental things do you look for when choosing topic stories for videos? So thank you so much for that super chat. But I think the biggest thing I would keep in mind is, if you're doing your own thing, you have no competition. So your tendency may be, well, let me compare myself to this storytelling basketball channel or this one or this one. But you said yourself, if you're doing niche basketball history, what that means is if you're choosing topics that only you yourself would choose, then that's when you're going to be at your best. And look at me. I mean, I make videos about, some of my most popular videos are about Rod Barajas and Tim LeCastro. So, I think what you got to do is you just got to pick something that only you would pick, and that's what's going to lead to success, I think. Doesn't mean you have to like be in a contest to pick the most niche weird thing. I do videos about Yadier Molina too, and popular, well-known players, Ricky Henderson. But yeah, I would definitely keep that in mind. That ball gets away from Smith. Runner does advance to third. Paul Goldschmidt, all throughout his career, has been a very good base runner for a first baseman. Even had some seasons where I think he stole like 20 or 30 bags. Yeah, he has a 32 steal season, a 21 steal season. This year, 12 steals to 0 caught. Paul Goldschmidt has always been weirdly good at base running for a Hall of Famer. Is Paul Goldschmidt a first ballot Hall of Famer? No, absolutely not. And again, that's not me saying Paul Goldschmidt's not good. I'm just, when you say first ballot Hall of Famer, the name of the game is predicting what Hall of Fame voters will do. You know what I mean? So then the answer is no. He could be a Hall of Famer if he, continues at this pace. Bill James once predicted Paul Goldschmidt would steal 90 bases one year. Did he really do that? That wouldn't make any sense to do. I mean, 12 and 0. You take 12 and 0 out of your first baseman. That's pretty special. Oh, yeah, sorry. I am a Goldschmidt hater. But I love on base percentage. How could I be a Goldschmidt? I love on base. And I love efficient base stealing. And I love defense. How could I be a Goldschmidt hater? Yeah, but go look at Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt's a 50 WAR, and it's Baseball Reference. He's going to have less on Fangraphs, but he's a 50 WAR player through age 32. All right? I mean, let's look at 45 to 55 WAR through age, by the way, welcome to my world. This is what I do all day. 32. Oh, wait. Crap. Let's look at, yeah. Why'd you pick Giants for the World Series win? It's just so hard to pick against them. They're just magic, But yeah, I mean, Goldschmidt, he's in, on his WAR pace, he's there with like, Manny Ramirez, George Sisler, Craig Biggio, Barry Larkin, Sammy Sosa, Mookie Betts. Well, Mookie Betts is still active, so I don't count. He's only 28. Bobby Wallace. There's Hall of Famers in this conversation, Oh, he's 34. But this is his age 32 season. Oh, wait, no, I'm dumb. Okay, I got to go through age 33 season then. There's a big strikeout to get out of the jam for Joe Kelly. But yeah, I mean, Goldschmidt, Kenny Lofton, Johnny Mize is a Hall of Famer. Minoso should be a Hall of Famer. Tony Gwynn. Paul Molitor, Joe Gordon, Larry Walker, There's Hall of Famers, Jim Rice. There's Hall of Famers within that tier. And then there's also guys who didn't make the Hall of Fame. Dwight Evans isn't in the Hall of Fame. He should be. Robin Ventura isn't in the Hall of Fame. Paul Merrow isn't in the Hall of Fame for steroid reasons. Does he have 2,000 hits, though? If he doesn't, he's going to get there anyway. He's got 1,500. I imagine he'll get there. Sweet Lou isn't in the Hall of Fame, but should be. Sweet Lou Whitaker. So, yeah. Can Lofton still get in? Yeah, he could, James, but it would be through like a veterans committee type thing. There's always ways to get in if you're not in. Even if you've fallen off the ballot, if you can find a way for a committee to meet in a certain year, you can get in. There's going to be like a committee that convenes over like 19th century players, like next year, I think. So maybe they'll be talking about Jack Glasscock and Bill Dallin. All right, no more Hall of Fame. You guys distracted me with Hall of Fame. You tricked me. You tricked me. Where's the game feed? There it is. How often will we do these streams during the playoffs? I don't think it's going to be like for every playoff game or every night or anything like that. But I think if there's like a big game, I'll do it. If there's like, if there's like a game 5 of a division series or a game 7 of a championship series, I'll definitely be all over that. But I think these wildcard games are just very unique in that sense. I think the wildcard games are probably the most watchable games on average until you get to like the World Series. Because it's one game, winner take all. It might be unfair. It might be unfair that, well, I do think it's unfair if, the Dodgers lose tonight and that's their season, even though they won like 15 more games than the Cardinals or whatever. But look, it's like, it's great television. That's just no way around it. It's just great television to have Cardinals, Dodgers, one game winner take all. Losing, you go home. Talking Baseball sent you. I'm surprised they aren't streaming through the whole game. But appreciate it, guys. I guess they were doing their podcast live. Is that what they are? Loved top 5-second basement. Hey, appreciate it. I was just trying to teach people about top 5-second basement. Hey, Cody Bellinger has a walk today. Let's respect Cody Bellinger. Cody Bellinger has a 1,000 on-base percentage in this game, and you guys are being so critical of him. Like, oh, he's a Mathis guy. Oh, no. Yeah, exactly. 1,000 on base percentage. He's a big game player. Anyways, 0-2 pitch. Gratterall warming up in the pen. Guys, I really like Gratterall. I know, from an ERA perspective, it maybe hasn't been a great year for him, but I just really like Gratterall. And you know why I like Gratterall? As Bellinger strikes out and now has a 500 on base percentage. What I like about Gratterall is he just doesn't allow home runs. Because he throws a sinker 101 miles per hour. Look at it this way, and I mean, in a league where about half the runs for some of these top teams are scored via the home run, Brusdar Graterol has faced 278 batters in his career, and he's allowed 4 home runs. If you throw in postseason, you can throw in 33 more batters. So now he's over 300 batters faced, and he's allowed 4 home runs. That's pretty crazy in today's game. That's like, that's like dead ball era. Not quite, but you know what I mean. It's a very impressive skill. Same thing here. We've got 4 homers allowed and 373 batters faced. I'm saying respect Gratterall. It's never a comfortable AB, Look up Jazz Chisel. Jazz, I love Jazz. I think it would be absolutely. He's one of those guys where if he becomes a great player, it'll be just great for the game. It'll be great for the city of Miami. I think some people were a little premature on Jazz because, you know, he had that first month he was hitting, his OPS was near 1,000 at the end of April. And from that point onwards, from May onwards, he's looking at, you know, 236 average, 286 OBP, 395 slug on a 301 BABIP. And so he's very young. It was his first full season in the big leagues. I'm still obviously a fan, but yeah. We finished with 96 OPS plus, which is, I think, for a 23-year-old, middle infielder, that's really good, but temper those expectations just a little bit, I think. I would love to see him come out and just hit like that all season in 2022 like he did in April. Mookie Betts to Arenado. And Wainwright is through 5, 83 pitches or 82 pitches for Wainwright. I imagine Wainwright will come out for the 6th, but then it'll be very much batter by batter. But maybe we'll see. Maybe the Cardinals have a bullpen game plan, and maybe they trust 4 guys for 4 bullpen innings. The AZ Fall League rosters were released today. Have you had a chance to look at them? Are there any players I should... Well, I haven't seen them. I didn't know that. I'll look it up on Twitter. I mean, we're on commercial break right now. But thank you so much for the super chat, Ryan. But yeah, I could definitely give you some names just from looking. I would love to do Fall League. Okay, so here's some of your top 100 prospects. Who do I really like on this list? Sam Huff is definitely one. Big power from a catcher. Sam Huff would be a really good one to see. Mackenzie Gore would be interesting because, you know, he had such a rough minor league season. He was at one point the top pitching prospect in MLB. And it'd be just sort of interesting to see kind of where he's at developmentally. Gabriel Moreno, catcher for the Blue Jays. That's a really good one. Bryson Stott, Bryce Harper's roommate, a really good one. Fuzzy I think, knows Bryson Stott decently well. But yeah, I would like to see, could I get full rosters? Yeah. Just trying to see if any of these names just sort of stick out to me. Heriberto Hernandez on the Rays. Curtis Mead was a guy that I highlighted in one of my videos, a Rays guy. Caleb Sampson could be a good one too. I like him. I'm just skimming through. Sully Matias I think Sully Matias played in like a Futures game at one point. He has good power. Torkelson, obviously. Former number 1 overall pick. Zach Hess, nasty stuff. Just going through, seeing if there's any. Here's the Braves guys. It's fine. Blade would be good to see, I think. Blade didn't have the best year this year in the minors, is my understanding. But still really good, like sort of pedigree. You know, Hans Kraus could be good to see. I think he pitched. Joe Gray Jr. He's a really athletic outfielder. Those are just some names. I like the Cardinals are sending Jordan Hicks too. He'll get some playing time there. Molina ground out to Justin Turner. We are back underway. Brewstar grad roll, 1 pitch, 1 out. That's what that sinker can do for you. And they have Alex Reyes warmed up. So it may be one of those things where the Cardinals had they were thinking, let's get Wainwright through 5, because that may be it for him. We'll see. I want to see I just wanted to take a look at the Cardinals roster. This graphic sucks. None of you will be able to read it, but I just kind of want to get an idea of who they would have available out the pen. Obviously, Gallegos is going to pitch in this game. I think Cabrera could definitely pitch. Garcia's pitched well for them. Luis Garcia, not the Astros guy, the Cardinals guy. And then, McFarland or Miller could be situational versus lefty-type guys. So there's a ground ball for Sosa. So 3 pitches, 2 outs for Brusdar Graterol. Guys, I was saying, we got to respect Brusdar Graterol. That's just the type of guy I am, I am the respecter. No one respects Brusdar Graterol more than me. Yeah, I know, right? And here's what's bad too, Gaming Grandpa, is look how easy to read the Dodgers one is. Look, isn't that much easier to read? I mean, I know it's like, there's stream compression, YouTube's not always the best bit rate, but that's a lot easier. That is a lot. And this is even more, if you're on a phone, this is way more mobile friendly, I would say. I'm not trying to be, too critical. Did Debater get hit? I missed it. Was that HBP? Okay, yeah. Did he get hit by like 102? Is that what happened? Carlos had a few pitches over 100 already. Curve. Yeah, I saw that. It just got away from him. So, well, if you're going to get hit by a pitch from him, at least it's not 100 miles per hour. Oh, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. I don't know if I'll get out there. If I do spring training again, I would love to do Arizona. Arizona is probably more convenient. All those teams are within like a 30-minute drive of each other, whereas with Florida, it's way different. So I would love to do Arizona. I don't know if I will, but it just depends if the opportunity presents itself. Wainwright grounds out, and that's just a great inning from Graterol. All right, guys, I'm going to get refill my water bottle. I'll be back. If some of you have separation anxiety, I'm sorry. Just trust. I will return. I know your dad didn't come back, but I will. I'm still here. I didn't leave you. Okay, I'm back. I just had to go to the store to get some milk. Did you already talk about Tingler? A little bit, Richard. With Tingler, I think the takeaway was that this is what happens when you have a team, you have goals and standards you're trying to reach, you have a win projection of maybe 90 or 95 that you're really hoping for, possibly more. And when you just massively underperform like that, that's usually what happens, is that usually the manager gets fired. And I half jokingly, but I mean, I would love to see Rod Barajas, move up to, he might not be the manager, but bench coach would be awesome, So I just love Rod Barajas. Whatever the future holds for the Padres coaching staff, I hope Rod Barajas is involved. I've never been to Cape Cod Baseball League. I would love to. There is um, college wood bat league that's starting to get decent around here. Like Savannah Bananas, like making bacon. Thoughts on Khalil Watson? I think Khalil Watson was like maybe my favorite guy in the draft. I felt like I just think the bat to ball skills, he reminds me a little bit of Betts, honestly. I know Betts was like a fifth round draft pick, but I mean, I really like Khalil Watson. He fell in the draft, I think, because it, he would like argue with coaches and umpires and stuff, but the talent is insane. Oh, I missed a super chat. Thank you so much. I gotta scroll up and see that. I appreciate you letting me know. I don't see it. I see the one about Tingler. I, I'm trying to scroll up and see it. I really appreciate like the super chat, man. I'm sorry if you can put it in regular chat. I'll definitely get to it. But yeah, I'm so sorry about that, AXC. Thank you so much for the super chat. I don't want anyone to feel like, you know, uh, but yeah, if I might have just been out of the room when that hit. But yeah, if you want to put it in regular chat, like not send it as super chat, that's totally cool. There's no obligation, on your part, not my part. You want to know a cool Abreu fact? Um, well, there's a lot of them, but yeah, Abreu had oh no, I missed your $200 super chat. Oh no. um, I hope you're being sarcastic. Because if not, I feel horribly guilty. But yeah, there's line drive there. Say one nice thing about the Brewers' chance of winning it all. I got you. Yeah, I could definitely do that. Anyways, players with 8 straight seasons of 100 walks post integration. Frank Thomas and Bobby Abreu. But anyways, what I was going to say about the Brewers, I think starting pitching is probably the most important thing to winning the World Series. And the Brewers might have the best starting pitching out of anyone. And so when you have guys, plus with their bullpen, it's like, look at this series coming against Atlanta right now. If Woodruff, Burns, Peralta throw gems, which is very much possible, then they're going to 3-0 them, especially with that bullpen. And then as far as the 610's question, no, I don't think Tyrone Taylor's getting DFA'd from the Brewers. I think Tyrone Taylor's played really well all year. And I actually think he's maybe has carved out a role for him in the future on that team. I mean, 106 OPS plus this year, 107 last year. Decent defense, for sure, for sure. I don't think he's in any danger of something like that happening. Not this offseason, at least. Opinions on the pitch clock? I'm very much pro pitch clock and always have been. Talked about it in the Burley video. I think of all the aesthetic changes that could be made to MLB right now, I think pitch clock would be the best and the most impactful. You know what I mean? Will Salvi get MVP votes? I think he'll get down ballot MVP votes, which means he'll get points, but I don't think he'll get first place MVP votes. I think it'll either be Ohtani unanimous or maybe like one guy voting for Vlad that writes for a newspaper in Toronto, Please tell the Rangers not to hire Correa. You mean like not to sign Correa? Like Carlos Correa? I don't know. It'd be interesting if the Rangers went out and got somebody. Jesse, I said 18 seconds, but thank you so much for the super chat, Landry. Kevin Correa. Oh, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, I'll tell them. Because you paid me $2, I'll tell them. Rangers, don't hire Correa. Don't do it. I did what I could. I don't actually have connections to the team. I just wrote their essay. I would buy a Foolish Baseball jersey. You know, what's funny is, AXC, you bring that up. John Boy, I saw when he, with his gang, he, at All-Star Break, debuted, like, John Boy Media jerseys. And I sell merch through the John Boy store. You can see, got the hat I'm wearing now. There's also the Super Baseball Bits t-shirt. And I'm trying to get a sweatshirt up soon because it's getting colder. But, yeah, I don't know. Does that mean I can ask for a Foolish Baseball jersey someday? Maybe. I would love to see it too. I'm definitely going to be expanding the merch lineup this offseason. I was really involved in that. Trey Turner infield hit? Yes, sir. That's what you get. And you have to wonder if Turner's going to steal now, too. But again, like I was saying, Wainwright to Molina is a really tough combo to steal off of because I think Wainwright's so fast to home plate. But if this is the end of Wainwright's day, you know. Soto in the crowd, yeah. Soto is in the crowd, Abreu. He's wearing a Trey Turner Nationals jersey in the crowd. And also he's sitting next to Scott Boras. So still leaving Wainwright in here to face Justin Turner. Molina going out to the mound. You just love to see those guys, don't you? You just love, it's just timeless. Wainwright and Molina, I mean, these guys have been at it at the major league level for about 15 years. They first met about 18 years ago. One of the most prolific batteries, in the MLB history. And that's Wainwright's day. That's one of those, you know what I hate is when it's just, it feels so different to me if you pull Wainwright. It's just so much harder when, as a starter, you go out into the next inning, you don't record an out, but you allow a base runner. You know what I mean? Because you're responsible for that base runner now. And it's just easier on whatever bullpen guy, if they can get the start with a clean inning. And I think that the same thing was kind of with the Scherzer situation. It's like, well, it would have been better to pull Scherzer before he allowed two base runners, But, it's 50-50. I was kind of thinking he would get pulled, like he wouldn't start that next inning. Because I looked at the Cardinals bullpen, I thought they may think there's 4 innings right here. But, they went batter by batter like I thought they would. So he's allowed a base runner, but it's only a single. It would have been a lot worse if he allowed a double or a home run, Has a manager ever managed the same team twice? Yeah, definitely. Alex Cora. What are your thoughts about baseball? Overrated. Yeah, Tony La Russa. Yeah, it's true. Tony La Russa many, many years ago managed the White Sox. Will Stantonian home run surpass Castellanos for best? I don't know if it will, Daryl, but that clip, because I wasn't watching with like the commentary, so I saw that clip today, just a few hours ago, and it did. I did really enjoy it. I do. I could. I think that meme has legs. I'll put it that way. I saw people referencing it too when for some of these warning track shots. What did I do wrong? Okay, so they call on Luis Garcia to face Turner. Japanio, it's not. So my problem is, I'll check your Twitter DM, but I have to check it on my phone because I don't want to leak. You know, if I go on my Twitter right now and I click the DM right here, there's gonna be all the DMs I get from, smoking hot models, and that's between me and them, So I'll read it on my phone. Oh, okay, I got it. Cool. How come no strike zone on the TBS podcast? Not podcast, broadcast. Yeah, is that normal for them? I feel like I watched quite a few of the TBS playoff games last year, but I don't remember if they had the floating box or not. Joey, yeah. Hey, hope you had a good birthday. And shout outs to your brother. They don't have the zone to honor Joe West's last game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think don't you think the zone sort of undermines the authority of the umpire? So I'm with you. The zone is whatever Joe West says it is tonight, This is his time to shine. This is ump ball, baby. He's the star of the show. Forget Justin Turner. Who cares about Justin Turner? This is the Joe West game. Max Scherzer who cares? Who cares, dude? Three-one count to Turner. I don't know why I'm dedicating half the space on my stream to Tony Gonzalen's Fangraphs page. You're predicting there'll be a bomb in this frame. I would not shock me. And it would not shock me if it's on this pitch. Oh, he hit it pretty far. No, it was a line out to left field. That was a Stantonian home run almost. He had to get warning track. It would have been Stantonian. Yeah, he just kind of missed it. Off the inside of the handle. His leg kick is ridiculous. Yeah, that was in MVP machine. There's a good amount in there about Justin Turner and him working with like the swing guru and stuff like that. It's really interesting just how he got back on track. Favorite baseball book, Alex, is probably Vec as in Rec. It's a, I guess, memoir, maybe autobiography of Bill Veeck that he co-wrote with an author whose name I can't remember, but Bill Veeck was an owner during, I think, what many people would consider to be baseball's golden age. And it's just sort of, I think it speaks to an age of baseball ownership that doesn't exist anymore. So I would recommend Vec as in Rec. If you want to look it up, it's like that. Yeah, I was about to order that, Zach. I saw the price on, well, I won't say the name of the website, but the price on Popular Book website had looked pretty good considering it's like a 800 or 900 page book. I'm a big Joe Posnanski fan. I like the podcast. Cole Plumley asked, "What do you think about MJ Melendez?" Yeah, I talked about him in one of the videos on here. It's interesting. The Royals had, I think, the top three home run hitters in minor league baseball this year, and he was one of them. And him being a catcher, you know, is he the Salvi regen? If any of you have played FIFA, or I think also maybe Football Manager has it. Players retire and then they get the regen. Is MJ Melendez the Salvi regen? Would you consider Luis Robert a top 15 player? No, I mean his ceiling is like top 1 player, but I think when I do Foolish 50, he'll be like a top 35 player, I'm just guesstimating. I don't know. I haven't built the list out. Maybe a top 20 player. Well, not 20, but 25. I don't know. It's hard to say if he's it's hard to answer if someone's a top 15 player if you haven't already ranked 14 players. You know what I mean? So you're just kind of guesstimating. Landry Jackson, that is Nap Lajway behind me of the Cleveland Naps. Jared, good night. Thank you. Appreciate it. What's your take on limiting pickoff attempts? I don't know. Because once you run out of attempts, then it's like kind of a green light to steal in many ways. I think it's one of those things that would be interesting. Just it would need experimentation at the lower level. Like that's how MLB has done it. Because there's a walk to Will Smith. The way MLB has done this with most of their changes, they have used Atlantic League or lower levels of the minors as like a testing and a proving ground for these changes. So I think you would want to see some experimentation done there. So I'm open to a lot of things being experimented with in the minor leagues and Atlantic League, but putting them in MLB, they really have to prove that they work, I mean, Brian, I think pitch clock is a positive, and that's my whole campaign is I just want pitch clock. Give me the pitch clock, And I don't think it's been super bad in this game particularly, but you'll see it throughout the playoffs. The pace slows even more in the playoffs, and so that's when actually a pitch clock could have the most impact on the game. Is maybe not even regular season, but in these types of games. Is pitch clock only with no one on? Yes, that would be what I would recommend is pitch clock, but only with no one on. Opinions on Seinfeld? Probably the best sitcom ever. 30 Rock is up there for me, and Peep Show. But yeah. Always Sunny would be like probably my 4th pick, Green Griffin. Have you ever played baseball? What position? Yeah, I played for the Braves in 2001. Have you watched the movie A League of Their Own? A League of Their Own is actually, I think, my favorite baseball movie. There have been some good baseball movies, but I really think A League of Their Own captures something about the game that I don't know. I just really like it. It's just so snappy. It's such a watchable movie. All right, AJ Pollock. Also, I think they're doing a League of Their Own TV show, if I'm not mistaken, on one of the streaming services. So I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm not one of those people that's like, I demand that we revive this intellectual property every 20 years, you know? Like, it would kind of be nice if there was a TV show about baseball that didn't have to be, something that was already an established brand, but yeah. I haven't seen Brockmeyer, but I've heard really good things about it. That's an interesting pitch to swing at by AJ Pollock, but it's out. All right. Wow. Well, Luis Garcia gets out of it. That was not what I would call a good piece of hitting from AJ Pollock. Probably should have let Molina get that. Yeah, he had the angle. But good job by Garcia. I know, I've heard really good things about Brockmeyer. I just haven't seen it. Is it like IFC? Is that the network it was on? Because it's over, right? I like Hank Azaria, like Simpsons. What's your predicted World Series? My predicted World Series, and again, I'm the guy who said at the beginning of the year that the Twins were going to win the World Series, so let's pump the brakes on expectations. But my predicted World Series is that the Giants will defeat the White Sox. Last year, my predicted World Series, like preseason, was that the Rays would beat the Dodgers, and I got pretty close. At least I got the teams right, but the Dodgers won. Yeah, so if I say at this point it's the Giants beating the White Sox, that means it's going to be like the Astros beating the Brewers. You should do some stats on John Boy back alley at bat. That's an interesting idea. I do watch those. That's of all of John Boy's content, that may be the thing I've actually watched the most is the back alley at bats. I find them enjoyable. I like when Jake brings in the reliever. That to me never gets old. And sometimes I disagree with his bullpen management. Sometimes I think he leaves in the starter too long. Sometimes I think he yanks the starter too early. The Spider Tech episode was great. I would recommend a really good video on that. Check out my buddy Eric Sim, the King of JUCO, his YouTube channel. He had a video where he was doing his velocity and, more importantly, spin rate with all types of foreign substances on the ball. He did Spider Tech. He did, I think he did Firm Grip. He did Pine Tar. And then he did, as a test, as like a control, he did, naked, nothing, just his hand. So definitely check out the King of JUCO, my good friend Eric Sim, on YouTube. The reliever is always early, yeah. Bigger collapse, Mets or Padres? I think Padres, they both kind of dealt with the same thing. The Mets lost DeGrom. So when a team loses its like best player like that, it's a little bit harder to fault them, even though they did it in a way more winnable division than the NL West was ever going to be. But the Padres were so bad down the stretch. But Padres, sympathy for them. They lost a ton of their pitching staff as well. They did not lose individually a player like DeGrom, but so I'll say both were pretty bad. But I think I was more upset by the Padres personally. I don't think I kind of figured Trinan would throw the 8th, so I'm a little surprised to see him in the 7th. So I guess the question is who throws the 8th, Trinan's their best reliever, or has been their best reliever this year. If it is Arias, I would love to see that 6-1. If that's the game plan, I would love to see it, because Jeremy and I were talking about it. That you use the starter out the bullpen, that can be huge for you. And look at what Arias closed down that World Series for them, and also NLCS. So if it's Arias out of the pen, I think that's a good move. I mean, this is a must. This is a must win. You know, if you burn your starter, or he has to rest an extra day, it's fine. You know, you got to win this game, and it's tied. But yeah, I mean, Trinan's their best reliever. So him in the 7th is making me think Arias is going to get into this game. Arias yeah, but you know, I hear you, but it just seems like if they were going to pitch like Bickford or Knable, that they would pitch the 7th, and that Trinan would pitch the 8th. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe they're playing the game where, well, we want Trinan in tie game, and then we trust our bats, and then we can pitch Bickford when we're winning 3-1 in the 8th or something like that. It'll be interesting to see. Will it be a Dave Roberts common success or common mistake? Put Kershaw in. Adam, I'm going to crown Adam the most evil person in this chat for saying put Kershaw in. I remember watching Game 6. Was it Game 6? No, Game 5 of the World Series last year. And as they were starting to close down the series, and it's just like, put Kershaw in, but it's like, don't put Kershaw in, please. Like, Kershaw out the pen has never, well, it's worked a couple, but it has a very spotty track record, I would say. That's a great job by Trinan to get back in the count. 3-2 to Goldschmidt here. Yeah, I do, and I remember that Veggio's always like, I was surprised that the Marlins didn't hold on to him, honestly, because the potential was very obvious. Ground ball to short, 2 away. Blake Trinan doing a good job. Not surprised. Where is O'Neill in MVP ranking? I haven't thought about that, Daniel. I think he could be top 10. I think I imagine he'll get some down ballot, You gotta imagine it's like Harper, Soto, Tatis, and then Crawford's gonna get in there, Riley's gonna get in there, Muncy might get in there. But then after that, it could be O'Neill. Be interesting. Trinan sinker is the most visually pleasing pitch. Yeah, Green Griffin, I generally just feel like sinker, two-seamer are the most visually pleasing pitches in general. Posey's a good shout there. You did a full ballot and put O'Neill at 6. Yeah, so he could be maybe not top 5, but top 10. It's another one of those. That pitch looks like it's coming straight at you, and then it's just you steal a strike on a 2-0 count. Yeah. I'm so glad to see Trinan pitching well. Trinan was just insane in 2018. I think he was the best reliever in baseball in 2018. That was also the year like Edwin Diaz went huge. But and then in 2019 he was so bad, and I'm just glad to see Trinan like looking like the Blake Trinan that we know and love. Have you made your pick for this game? I don't think I actually made a pick as he walks O'Neill. I'm kind of rooting for the Cardinals because I think rooting for the Cardinals, if the Cardinals win, it would cause like an interesting evaluation of the playoff system we play under, right? So like if the Dodgers win, then it's, business as usual. But if the Cardinals win, then it would, I think it would give us a moment to sort of reflect upon the playoff system that brought us to this. So I'm rooting for the Cardinals in that sense. Just looking at where the game's going and who I think's going to win, I, I would pick the Dodgers to win in this at this point because I just like their bullpen more than I like St. Louis's. Um, but we'll see. We're into this is a bullpen game now. Both the starters are gone. You've always been a fan of the best non-division winner going straight to the division series. Yeah, and that's what it used to be. I mean, you get the one wild card team, but the one wild card team got the same treatment as the division winners. You just get to go straight and play a division series. Arenado versus Trinan. This game is definitely better than last night's. There have been many moments you really feel the pressure. Beatty seems to be doing well on first base. Remember when they played Will Smith and David? I tried not to remember that. That was rough. That extra inning game when he was in at first base, and it was one of those plays where it's like a natural first baseman would have made that play, and he just couldn't quite make it happen. That was tough. I do think training up Will Smith at first base could be a good idea. Giants did it with Posey for many years. Longest game you physically went to? I went to it was a Braves game. I can't remember the details of it too much, but it was like a 14 inning affair and was probably like 4.5 or 4 hours 40 minutes or something like that. It was a while ago. All right, so one strike away from getting out of this. Mr. Blake Trinan. It's not where he wanted that pitch, put it that way. They have seen, and the Dodgers, it's the same way. There have been a lot of pitches kind of hung tonight that haven't been taken advantage of. And Wainwright had some that the Dodgers hitters didn't take advantage of. Favorite pitch combo? I like, and maybe it's just because I'm watching Trinan, Jet Ewing, but, I like, sinker with two-seam grip and then, like, cutter, I like playing with the horizontal movement like that. Like, Corbin Burns is a good example of someone who can do that. When you're throwing pitches that are hard, that are, in the same velocity range, but one darts this way, one darts arm side, and one darts glove side, I think that's just so nasty to have to deal with, I'm almost up in the zone. This is a good at bat, I agree. It's been some alternating between the sinker and the slider. It's not a Serbia shirt, it's Denmark. I have been to Serbia. I went to Belgrade. It's popped up. Will it stay in play for Beatty? Yes, it will. So, Dodgers get out of that one. We are on to the bottom of the 7th in this game. Will, I don't think he would have. I think the game plan would have been relatively similar. Scherzer's been pitching so well down the stretch. I feel like he gets the start no matter what. The fact that Scherzer is getting this start over Kershaw, who has had just like the seniority in these types of games because he is Clayton Kershaw, I think that says that it's it was just going to be Scherzer, bullpen, and then some Julio Urias, you know. Poll time? I like that idea, Chuck. Let's go for it. We're just checking in periodically. I'm sorry if I bumped the mic with my hand there. I don't know if that made some sort of terrible noise. I know Kershaw's hurt, but what I'm saying is, if Kershaw was healthy, I still think Scherzer would have started this game. That's what I'm saying. And he's getting the start over Buehler, too, you know. But yeah, we're starting to lean Dodgers, and I don't know if it's our faith in the Cardinals bullpen or fear of Julio Urias getting into this game. But I think I agree. I think at this point it's advantage Dodgers, but it'll be interesting to see. I see you, Christopher. I haven't seen all of his videos, Will, but obviously, like, I'm a fan of what he does. I haven't seen that video in particular. My favorite video he made was the one that was about softball. I was really interested in that one. Jake, as far as Rafael Devers, yeah, what I said about Devers is he was like a fringe player for me when I made the top 50 list last year, and he'll almost certainly be on that list this year. So good season for him, good bounce back from 2020. 2019 and 2021, those last two full seasons, he's been a really good hitter at a really young age. And so with Devers, the weakness is clear. It's that third base. He's not very good at playing third base, you know. And it's him and Bogarts on that side too. So they're 2- defenders at those respective positions. Still rooting for the Cardinals, though. I will say, still rooting for the Cardinals, but also liking where the Dodgers are at. So Garcia out for another inning. I mean, I think that tells you the story right there as far as the Cardinals. To send out Luis Garcia for another inning after, you know, maybe didn't look the best in the sixth. That's something the Dodgers won't have to do with a traditional reliever. They might do it with Urias, where he could pitch 2 innings in this game potentially if that's what they go for, but it's not like, you know, I don't think the Dodgers will have Treinen pitch beyond what he just pitched. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's interesting. The bullpen depth, even just for this one game, you know. Ground ball. There's 4 outs for Garcia. I think no, that's not his 4th out. Because he came in with 1 out. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they play kind of matchups here. But they're having him face a lefty. TJ McFarland, Orioles legend. Really just a legend in general, I think. Here's Bellinger, guys. Is this the Bellinger moment we're talking about? It's just saying, it would be funny if it's him. Best number to wear in baseball? I like single digits. If you can rock a 1 or a 2 or a 3, you know, just the lower the better. I would maybe say 0 is the best number. You know, Adam Ottavino style. Ooh, that was a big cut. But he's down 0-2. Yeah, this is the same Cody Bellinger from Cody Bellinger 2021 highlights. Who's that in the pin? It's really small on my screen. Who's that in the pin for the Dodgers that they just showed? It's Knable. I'm surprised by that. You did call it. Oh, Bellinger. Single. He's back. He is back. This is 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will. He cut his hair and he's back. All right, so Bellinger on base for Chris Taylor. Chris Taylor, sneaky good. Agreed. Oh, well, that was not a sneaky good at bat from Chris Taylor. I'll put it that way. Showtime. Do you think the Braves will re-sign Freddie? I think they will. Showtime. They have the Albies and Acuna contracts, which I think sort of greenlights them to spend on Freddie. And I think the fact that they've done things like extend Morton and extend Travis d'Arnaud makes me kind of think they're actually confident that they're going to be able to extend Freddie this offseason. If they don't, it would be just nothing short of a travesty, as Michael says. I mean, it would be difficult for me to root for the Braves if they didn't re-sign him at this point. It would just completely, for me as a fan, it would sour my relationship with the team, you know? I might find myself becoming invested in whatever team Freddie Freeman goes to, if that's the case. I do think Showtime, well, I think it was established that once they didn't get an extension done over the offseason, that there wasn't really going to be any negotiating during the season. So, you know, if we had heard about, like, they had talks and it broke down mid-season, I'd be worried. But I think, stolen base opportunity. That was a really good throw by Molina. Wow. But, you know, it's actually what it is it's Cody Bellinger common success. Look at Cody Bellinger. Get the single, you know. And then, they're having a little chat. I do think in real time, looking at that, it looked like Bellinger was safe. The pop time on that was great. I don't think Molina could have done much better there. Little one-hopper, but he's safe. That's one of those things, you know, they had Turner on, they had Betts on, and they never stole when Wainwright was in the game. And I said Wainwright's quick to the plate. I haven't been paying attention, you know, to Luis Garcia on that, but sometimes that's one of those things where, you know, you can steal bases off the catcher, but you also can off the pitcher. Yeah, that's going to be, for this whole inning is actually going to be added to the highlight reel. So, So 2-2 on Betts here. It's a big moment in the game. Runner in scoring position. Betts has 2 hits today. Garcia. This would be a huge outing for Garcia if he could get out of it. Just stealing a base off Molina's career accomplishment. Yeah, I mean, Colton Wong, when he did it, like, grabbed the base like he was Ricky. Bellinger gets under it. I think that's going to be it for this inning. So we move on to the 8th. Still tied 1-1. Through 7 innings, this game has been going for 3 hours and 6 minutes, I think. So good for Luis Garcia. I know my faith in the Cardinals bullpen's been wavering. Think we'll see a starter out of the pen tonight. You know, they showed, I thought if we were going to see one, it was going to be Urias. And we haven't seen him yet, so I'm starting to think no. I think not unless they reach extra innings. I guess the question is, would the Cardinals do it, you know? Flaherty bullpen game? I don't know. Be interesting. I loved it. I love that 2019 Nats team. Scherzer bullpen days. He comes in and throws an inning. Strasburg in relief in that wild card game. Patrick Corbin had some big, uh, you know, uh, performances out of the pen for them as well. Good starting pitching can really mask that. If you have maybe not the best bullpen in the playoffs. Do you think Boone's done in New York? I just don't. I mean, maybe I'm overestimating the Steinbrenners and Cashman and New York media and stuff like that. I just don't see any reason to that Boone wouldn't be back, but maybe I'm just not seeing something. I mean, I think people were maybe a little surprised when Girardi and the team split. Might be a dumb question, but who's your favorite team? It's not a dumb question, Toby. I'm an Atlanta Braves fan. Grew up, just kind of always a Braves fan. I live in Atlanta, so I say that I'm a Braves fan and I live in Atlanta, but the Braves don't live in Atlanta. They live in Cobb County. So I'm a fan of the Cumberland Braves. I live much more in Atlanta than the Braves do. It was 8:18. Okay, thanks. I thought it was 8:10. Oh, you guys are saying what time it is now. Okay. Yeah, I was saying I thought first pitch was at 8:10 Eastern. So it's been a little over 3 hours through 7. Thoughts on Faye Webster? Did I tweet about her? Like the kind of folky country singer. I love that song she made about Acuna. I haven't listened to anything else she's done, so I don't really know if I have thoughts. But I liked that song, and I liked how when I heard it and I saw the music video, it's like, oh, I think I know who this is about. Was Turner Field in Atlanta? Yes. Like it was very much in town. In fact, I drive by it somewhat frequently. It's still up. It's owned by Georgia State. Not the state of Georgia, like the college Georgia State. Yeah, Ben Wagner, if after all the misadventures of Edmundo Sosa tonight, he comes up big offensively, then you will just know. Then you will just know that it is that devil magic. Here comes a future unanimous Hall of Famer, Dylan Carlson, 1-2 count, and it's Trinan again. I'll tell you what, I would have. Toby, I'm not too surprised by it because he's so good. That makes more sense to me than him in the 7th only, and then like Knable in the 8th. So I get it, and I don't know. Yes, I do know. I am aware of it, Ukrainian, and I'm not sure if Trinan will get all 3 outs in this inning necessarily. I'm not sure if that's in the cards. Yeah, this is a good game, Graham, for sure. I mean, I streamed. No, I imagine 6-1. I imagine it means you know who. I haven't said his name all day, but I imagine it means you know who. Oh, that's a great opposite field. Just take what they give you. Ground ball single from a future unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer, Dylan Carlson. That's a Freddie Freeman type hit. Yeah, well, Freddie, I feel like when he tries to do that, a lot of times he just hits a line out to right field. Like it's like, no, that we wanted that on the ground, Freddie. They got Knable and Vezia. Double barrel action. This is what they love to say, double barrel action on the broadcast. I'm sure it will be cited at some point. Did you see that swing from Molina? I think Molina almost swung out of his shoes. You can't be taking a tumble like that Molina's gonna have to get one of those necklaces where you've fallen and you can't get it up. He can't be doing that. Yeah, he needs life alert. All senior catchers should have life alert. Who do I think is the best pickup from the trade deadline? I have a hot take on that, Jester. It's not, the best would obviously be like, a really high impact sort of player. Like, look at what Schwarber did for the Red Sox or something like that. Or, even, a little bit less than that. Look at what Soler did for the Braves. But one player that was acquired at the trade deadline that I think has had huge implications for his team's success down the stretch. Believe it or not, Ryan Tepera going to the White Sox. I know it was all about Kimbrel, but I mean Tepera, Obviously that doesn't mean he's the best, but that's the one that I feel like people never talk about. He is, however, an MVP candidate. I would love to see Molina get a hit. I would just love to see it. He's 0 for 3. He's our guy. He's our big beautiful boys in this game are Cody Bellinger because of Cody Bellinger 2021 highlights, but also Yadier Molina. Where do I think Story goes? Yeah, it would be. I just don't know, Matthew. I really haven't. My mind hasn't really traveled that far. I haven't really started assigning. Oh, I think this guy's gonna go to this team. This guy's gonna go to this. Molina hits it to left field, caught pretty easily. No runner advance. Level 2, fraud. But yeah. Will you do more watch parties throughout the playoffs? I could see myself doing a couple more, Daniel. I think it kind of depends on what the playoff schedule gives me. If there's a big elimination, Game 7 championship series type game, I'd be all over that. So it just kind of depends on my availability. I've enjoyed doing this with y'all, for sure. Michael, thank you so much. What cities would you put a 31st and 32nd team in? For me, I would go. I like the idea of Charlotte. I think. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah. I think that. Charlotte would be a good spot. Because I think Atlanta has such a monopoly over the southeastern United States. It's such a hot spot. For great baseball talent. I would love to see Charlotte, pulling in fans from not just Charlotte proper, but like Research Triangle. And my second pick would be Montreal because I would love to see baseball return to Canada. Can someone explain what the review is for? Because I don't know. Did the runner do a weird tag, not tagged situation? Did he run over the base and what happened? Didn't touch second on the way back. Okay. Well, it's time for the Joe West show. I'm excited to see him talk to the big, beautiful boys in New York. He's looking great in that headset, a face with the utmost concentration. When he goes home and he streams League of Legends on Twitch, he'll be wearing that same headset. Let's see what the fellas at the commissioner's office have to say. It's interesting. It's under review. I got to say for this TBS broadcast right here, why aren't they showing me a replay of what happened on the TBS broadcast? Why am I looking at just 3 guys standing around? If there's what is being reviewed, show me. It's just 3 guys standing around. I mean, I'm watching it on mute. I'm sure the broadcasters are. Thank you so much for the super chat, CA. I really appreciate it. There it is. There's my replay. Okay. Well, that's going to be tough to make any determination about. What do we think, Joe West? And he's not the one really making the call. It's the guys in New York. Safe. Okay. Do you think poor Rob Manfred watching that? Rob Manfred just like we wasted 3 minutes about if Dylan Carlson's shoelace touched second base on the way back. Pace of play in shambles. What are your thoughts on the TB Montreal split concept? For me, it's a no, JT, and here's why. Montreal did it the other way. The Expos were playing games in Puerto Rico, and that was just, when you do that, it's over. You know, when you have two homes, you have no home. And so that was pretty much the end. Well, it's Edmundo Sosa opportunity. Just wanted to preach my hate of Jace Peterson. Who are you more annoyed with over the NLCS last year? LA or ATL? ATL for sure. Edmundo Sosa moment? Nope. Chris Taylor moment. CA, is Bellinger's fall a candidate for a foolish vid? You know, I haven't thought about it that way, CA, but it's an interesting idea. I mean, what happened to Bellinger this season is unprecedented. You know, for someone who won MVP at like 22 to have a season like that at 24. But yeah, and then 104 exit velo, 730 XBA on that line drive. Unfortunately for Edmundo Sosa, it was at Chris Taylor. And that is the hardest hit ball in the game, as Waffle Lover points out. That's going to do it for Trinan. So 5 outs for Trinan. Interesting. Loving it. You know what I love is bullpen management. I love when managers have to make tough decisions. That to me is exciting. And you get to second guess. You say, I don't know if that was the guy. I just like to. That to me is enjoyable. When it's decisions. Not tonight, S-Tube, not tonight. I mean, this was just bad luck. But Devil Magic is when you always have good luck. Oh yeah, as a Jays fan, you do not like it when your manager has to make. But that's what makes it all the better. Because sometimes the manager might make a decision that doesn't work. Yeah, Edmundo Sosa 108 off the bat, 14 launch angle, 730 XBA. Favorite Pokemon? I like Ampharos, which was a Gen 2 Pokemon. It's like an electric kangaroo, but it evolves from a sheep for some reason. Never really saw the logic of that. Bailey, do you see yourself as famous? No. No. I've been recognized in public like 3 times. And mostly at the ballpark. Where is Story going in the offs? Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, Reggie. I mean, I think if you're asking me like where I would like to see Trevor Story play, I think St. Louis would be a very attractive destination. I think people were talking about St. Louis as a possibility of trading for him, but it just doesn't seem like the DeWitt family is going to spend like that. You know, they have Goldschmidt money, they have Arenado money. So I'm going to say maybe Story would be fun to see. You know, if you can get a double down in Philly and he goes to play for the Philadelphia Phillies, I think that would be a fun thing to see. Or I think it'd be fun to see him go to a kind of an upstart type team trying to gain back relevance, and that could be Texas Rangers. I mean, you never know. The Padres signed Hosmer and they signed Machado before they were good, and that's what I always say. The Padres, you gotta, so there's gonna be a team this year that signs a big free agent that we're like, I didn't know they were in the market for a big free agent. I don't know if it'll be the Rangers, but Rangers were in on Rendon not that long ago. Shohei to the Padres. Remember when people were talking about Shohei because he was close to signing with Seattle, and then he went to the Angels, and then also he kind of ended Seattle's hopes and dreams. Tigers are gonna be like that, but the thing is, like, I don't know. It seems like if the Tigers are gonna sign a shortstop, it seems like to me they would go for Correa or Seeger before they go for Story. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean the Rangers are going to sign Scherzer, Verlander, Greinke, and you forgot Kershaw as well. Um, Igadgo says the appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat. It's like SpongeBob with the S8. Bader looked like a long-haired Biff from Back to the Future. That actor who played Biff in Back to the Future was on Freaks and Geeks, and he was so good on that show. So good on that show. You think he's such initially you think the character's just kind of like a dumb meathead sort of stereotype, and then he really adds a lot of depth to that character. Freaks and Geeks, excellent show. Yeah, Yankees could. Yeah, Trevor Story in St. Louis without a doubt, says Graham J. I respect your confidence, Graham J. That to me would be the most fun outcome. That I would love to see Trevor Story in St. Louis alongside Arenado. Do you plan to stream on Twitch this offseason? I don't think so, Waffle Lover 123. I just think YouTube streaming is really kind of on a come up right now. Like, a lot of their metrics are starting to be competitive with Twitch, and for me, I have like 3,000 followers on my Twitch, but I have over 10 times that on here, so it's just easier to gather up an audience like this. I mean, you can see it right now at Twitch. The most viewers I ever got was like 200. I think at some points tonight I've had 800 or 900. I haven't been paying too much attention to it, but that's just what people have been telling me, And also Twitch leaked all the earnings, and so I don't want people to find out I made $3 trillion last year. That would be very embarrassing if I was in here talking about my Patreon and then you found out that I earned $3 trillion last year. That'd be a bad look for me, Who's your pick to win, says Marcus Mitchell. We talked about it a couple innings ago, but the way this game is going, I feel like the Dodgers are in the driver's seat. But here comes Lars Noot. Oh my gosh, would it be Lars Nootbaar? We haven't ruled out Edmundo Sosa entirely, but we said all along that it might be Lars Nootbaar. Moon's on Camilo Duvall. Yeah, I mean Shane, the Giants, they're gonna need him for sure. Him, Rogers. I think Yarlin Garcia, a good example of not big name relievers, but they're gonna need them. And they, so I'm hoping for it. I picked the Giants to win World Series couple days ago. So Kim is an undervalued shortstop trade option, says Eric Park. It's interesting, isn't it? I would love to see Kim in an everyday role on a bad team. I know that sounds like kind of a mean thing to say, but there are players like that who are role players on deep rosters who it's like, well, I would be interested to see them play it every day, even if it's for a team that's not as good, because he's so good defensively, and would love to see him come into his own with consistent big league at-bats. So full count here to Harrison Bader. Big pitch coming up. Are the Giants even allowed to win the World Series this year? Here's my thinking, Frank the Tank. I think this is what the Giants have an opportunity to do. Okay, if the Giants win 2021, that means 2021 was actually an even-numbered year. So what if 2021 is an even-numbered year? What that means is that actually 2020 doesn't count. So if the Giants win, not only would they prove that 2021 is an even numbered year, they would also prove that the 2020 World Series won by the Dodgers is a fraud. So they could really double up on it. Anyways, huge strikeout there for Corey Knebel. Sorry, I was riffing badly, but yeah. If the Giants win this year, what it confirms is that 2021 is the true follow-up to 2019 because 2021 is an even number, and it proves that 2020 is fake and never happened, and the Dodgers are frauds. So that's a 2-1 for the Giants right there. Not only do they win, they get to actually take away a championship from their division rival. Is Babe Ruth history's most overrated player? If not, who is? No chance, Matt. I mean, to me, Matt, and I won't, necessarily pick who I think is the most overrated, but to me, baseball has a Mount Rushmore of players, and these are players that have just completely changed the game. And the Mount Rushmore of players is Babe Ruth, Jackie Robinson, Roberto Clemente, and Curt Flood. Those are the 4 most important players in MLB history. So how could I say that someone on that level is overrated? And then, okay, hear me out. Is Andrew Friedman the NL MVP this season? That says the 610. It's hard for me to say that. He did go out get Scherzer. He did go out get Turner, but he didn't win the division. So I would say Farhan. Before Andrew Friedman. Also, Andrew Friedman and the Dodgers gambled on a pitcher who apparently may have questionable character, and it came back to bite them this year. So let's not forget that. They're not doing runner on second and extras. Yes, that's true, Joe, and that was true last year as well, Joe. They're playing regular extra innings rules. I'm not holding it against them, AJ. I'm just saying, jokingly, how can he be the MVP? You got beat by the Giants, bro. It will be interesting to see if this game goes to extras, because then that would highly increase our chances of seeing a starter in relief. Are you confident in the Braves? I believe the Braves can win this division series, Carter, but I don't see them going farther than that. So I'm glad that they won the division. I'm pretty happy with this season with all the adversity they faced, and that's all I've really got to say. I think anything else would be kind of gravy at this point. I don't know how that's backtracking, Matthew. I didn't say a thing that was backtracking. All I did was speak carefully. And yeah. Oh, I was gonna say Gallegos enters this game. He's a guy that could get more than 3 outs in this game. I could see him pushing 4, 5, 6 outs. Because I do think he's the best reliever on this Cardinals team, and he's been used a lot this season, but he has proven capable of getting more than 3 outs. So it's they're gonna really have to ride on this guy. A lot of the Cardinals' chances ride on, I think, Gallegos' ability to get as many outs as he can in this appearance. Danny Hartsock, any time frame on the next Baseball Bits release? I'm thinking Monday. I may be wrong. It may be Tuesday, Wednesday, but I'm hoping Monday. I'm going to the game on Monday, NLDS Game 3, so what I would love to do is just get that video out, hit publish, then go out and enjoy the game. That's what I would like to do, but I got a lot of editing to do if I want to do that. Does Aaron Loop win Hoffman relief? Asks Zach Ryberg. I imagine that'll be Hader. I think that's gonna be an award for Hader, but we'll see. Okay, Gallegos 0-2 to Corey Seager. That was a good pitch. It was a good pitch. That was what you want, but good take by Corey. Seeger really on fire coming into this game. He had a blistering hot September. Is Paddock just done? Asks Henry Bednar. What you can do is you can actually go on Twitter and type in Chris Paddock in GIFs, and that'll let you know, Do you know Robbie Hyde? So I'm aware of him. I don't think I've had like much correspondence with Robbie Hyde. I've seen a little bit of the stuff he does. But yeah. It's like you asked, do you know someone? No, I don't really, I don't know him. But I'm aware of him, and I've seen some of his work, and I like what he does, from what I've seen. I think there's a good there's a new type of sports YouTuber emerging, and you can see it with sort of like the football guy, like Straight Talk, whatever it is, it's kind of like they're doing their own radio show. It's not like podcasting. It's different, But that's kind of what it's like they're building up like a fan base the same way like a radio guy would build up a fan base who you might tune in to them, that might be part of your routine throughout the day. We need to bring back the call-in show. Kate Mitchell, do you remember the Cleveland guy? I can't remember his name. Bruce something, getting in that fight on opening day with one of the callers. And he said, "You're an idiot and you don't know baseball." Single there for Trey Turner off Gallegos. Oh, he thought about it. He thought about going for a second. That was great. I would like to see more of that. A lot of people like Feinbaum. I live in SEC country, so we see a lot of, you just said it right there. Yeah, a lot of people like, Trey Turner ain't played nobody, Paul. Trey Turner's got that SEC speed, Paul. A really good one. You gotta find the guy that called in Stephen A's show, and Stephen A accused him of being on weed. Was very good. Accused him of being high. That's a very classic Stephen A. Smith radio call if you find that one. Oh man, I would, if of all the people I don't want to see blow the game, I think Gallegos might be the highest of my person who I would like to see least blow this game. It's got, because the usage on him was just kind of insane all year, especially early on. If he doesn't get it done here, it's just attrition, Yeah, anyways, in that Stephen A. Smith call, he drops the line, it's like, "You called me high, so bye-bye." Just a natural entertainer. I honestly don't think they pay Stephen A. Smith enough money, to be honest with you. I know they leak the contract like every 2 years. He does not earn enough money. Hardest working man in the business. Big pitch there. You will tune in. Sometimes you will tune in and he will be on ESPN, and then you'll flip to ESPN2 and he will be there too. That is talent. Just on a completely different show. He'll be on First Take, and then he'll be, talking to Dan Orlovsky or something. It's amazing. Who am I rooting for? I'm rooting for the Cardinals. But I'm also of the opinion that the Dodgers are in a good spot right here. I feel like they're slightly in control of this game. We saw them steal off Luis Garcia. We saw them not steal off Wainwright. Turner on first. Turner also hitting, but different Turner. And it's an 0-2 count. I just think, when I say in control of the game, I just feel like the Dodgers, with their pitching depth, were in a better spot. And as you get, if this game were to go on and on, like let's say it went into extras, I would just feel like the advantage would tip more into the Dodgers' hands. Maybe I'm wrong. It's a one-game playoff. Anything can happen. I think that's the joy of this wild card game. The idea that a team that won 106 games could lose one game and be out is exciting. Nice stop there by Molina. He has small hands. Curtis Smith, very good question. If the Rays should prioritize Semien or Ray, because I do think Curtis. I think what's going to happen is they'll sign one. And if I were managing the Jays, what I would do is I think I'd prioritize. I think I'd prioritize Ray, even though I kind of like Semien more. I think Ray fits what they're trying to do more, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Like, Semien, if I'm starting a club, I would want Semien more than Ray. But I think the idea is that some of Semien's production is replaceable if they get a Jordan Groshans, in that infield to complement Bichette and Biggio, So if you don't sign Semien, you're really betting on those guys. Whereas, when you look at their pitching, they do have Ryu, they do have Rios, they do have Manoah, but if you add Ray in there, that's like 4 really quality starters. There's a big strikeout by Gallegos on Justin Turner there. But yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Ian, but I trust Semien a lot more. I do. If you sign Ray, that contract has a huge opportunity to blow up in your face. And yet, at the same time, because I think every front office knows it's an opportunity that could easily blow up in your face, I don't think he'll sign for as much as maybe people think he will right now, even though he'll be the Cy Young winner, most likely. And so, in that sense, you may be able to get a good deal for Ray if you're willing to wait out his free agency. So Will Smith here. Turner on first. Yeah, exactly. And if everyone thinks that Ray just peaked and that was like a season he'll never replicate again, then if that's what the market thinks, if that's what the industry thinks, then he's not going to be as expensive as people think, I think a shorter term, higher AAV deal on Ray would make perfect sense. A 100, Ball is struck. Wow. That is what Edmundo Sosa could not do in this game. But Paul DeJong does it. I'm telling you, that Cardinals infield defense. It's that Cardinals infield defense. DeJong, Edman, before it was Wong, now it's Arenado at third, and they get Goldschmidt, one of the best defensive first basemen. Yes, and I don't think that's the last we'll see of Gallegos in this game. But Gallegos did surrender 2 fairly hard hit balls, 101 and 99.7. But yeah. Yeah, based on what we've seen in this game, Santiago, I agree. So this means, but isn't pitcher spot due? Isn't pitcher spot due up next in the order? So maybe that is it for Gallegos, because isn't it Lars pinch hit time? Yeah, because if pitcher spot's due out, then maybe that is it for Gallegos, Oh, they double switched. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I don't have like the I have no commentary. So, okay, so there you go. Yeah, because I would like to see Gallegos get 2, maybe even 3 more outs. I think that's going to be pretty necessary. Schilt loves the double switch. Yeah. Braves had early in Brian Snitker's managerial career, I think he double switched every single game. He doesn't do it as much anymore, but he still does. He'll do it a lot. Clayton Kershaw ad playing on TV. Is it the Hankook tire commercial? No one told me they double switched. Everyone's leaving me in the dark on this, dude. It's crazy. No one tells me what's going on around here anymore. And I'm hosting the stream, and no one tells me what's going on. Well, if it's the Old Haas Radborn Award, Graham Ulrich, I think in honor of Zach Wheeler's many innings pitched, it should be him. To me, it seems wrong to give the Old Haas Radborn Award to Corbin Burns. Now, given that it's the Cy Young Award, maybe it's that you get a little different discussion. But I mean, Old Haas Radborn with 73 complete games, you know. Lars Nootbaar will be the savior. We discussed it. We said maybe Edmundo Sosa. I think it was shown to us that it is not Edmundo Sosa, and so now that puts the fear of God into me for Lars Nootbaar. If a starter comes in, what team does it and who is it? I think it's Julio Urias. It's time for Kenley. I didn't say his name all day, but it is time. To his credit, he's had a really good year. I think Kenley, the one possible downfall for Kenley is I would be really, and it's not for this game, but you get in a postseason series that's lengthy. I don't want to see Kenley necessarily on back-to-back days because that second day could be tough. So he's fine in this situation, but if he gets into a DS or a CS and you're looking at him pitching 2 or even, God forbid, 3 days in a row, that's when it could really get ugly, I think. But everyone's, freaking out now. I think this is a perfectly fine spot to use him. I mean, he's Kenley Jansen. He's your 9th inning guy all year. Immaculate inning, please. Yeah, well, he's got 2 strikes pretty quickly. 7 more to go. 19th century baseball Mount Rushmore. Old Haas Radborn. Jim Creighton. I got Radborn. I got Creighton. Who else do I want to put on there? For 19th century. Brothers is really good. Spalding's really good. Yeah. Let's go Dan Brothers and Albert Spalding to finish it up. Dan Brothers, the original 3 true outcome power hitter. James Montgomery Ward is also a really good shout. I almost said him. 2-way legend. But also Albert Spalding, 2-way legend. So yeah, I think, Jesse, I talked about that season a little bit in the first video I did about Ohtani. Big strikeout there from Kenley. Braves Mount Rushmore would be like Aaron. Some would put Kid Nichols on there. I'll say Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron's on there. Chipper Jones is on there. Yeah, Hank Aaron, Chipper Jones, Warren Spahn, Eddie Matthews. No disrespect to Maddox and Smoltz. There's Tommy Edman again, man. He keeps doing that. That's the 3rd time Tommy Edman's done that. What's the exit velo on that one? The thing about Maddox and Glavine is Maddox has, like, the Cubs have a big part in the Maddox story as well. Glavine also pitched for other teams, so I would tend to prioritize Chipper, in my opinion. Okay, he hit that 188 miles per hour at least. Dale Murphy, yeah, I know, yeah. If I was gonna put in Murphy, I would maybe switch out. I'd maybe switch out Spawn for Murphy. The thing about Matthews is the only player who played in Boston, Milwaukee, and Atlanta, and so I think that gets him a spot on the Mount Rushmore for me. That's a really cool sort of fact for Eddie Matthews. Tommy Edman, three dumpy singles to right field, I'll say. Dumpy, dude. Is Espinal the starting third base next year in Toronto? So is that assuming that Biggio will play second? And Simeon doesn't sign, or? I mean, I like Espinal. I know he played better than Biggio this year. I don't know if that means he's the starting third baseman, though. Biggio can't defend at third base. Yeah, but can he defend at second base? All right. I gotta watch Kenley, guys. He's got a runner on now. Runner going, Will Smith. Good steal by Tommy Edman. But it is a 0-2 count on Goldschmidt. Second base is not more premium than third. They're equal. Tommy Two Bags. Dude, my crazy Kyle Seeger take is that the Mariners should just bring him back. I know he just wept, and tipped his cap, but they should just bring him back. They need home runs. But I don't think it's going to happen. It sounds like the relationship between Dipoto and Seeger is not good. That's a great pitch by Kenley. So that's 2 outs right there. I don't know if that clipped the edge or not, but it looked really good. It's certainly too close to take from Goldschmidt's perspective. Oh, there's the floating box. Oh, it got it. It got there. It got there according to the floating box that has no authority over Joe West. So who is it now? Tyler O'Neill. Interesting. It'd be interesting, well, I won't say it. I don't want to jinx it. But, yeah. Ty France is a top 25 hitter in 2020 by WRC+. Yep, Ty France hit like 400 in AAA. Isn't that crazy? It's like him and Vlad that have done that in the last few years over anything resembling a sample size. It might have been 399, but you know what I mean. It's 400. Is Wander Franco a top 25 player in baseball already? Well, I wouldn't be able to answer that question entirely without first ranking 24 players, but he's without a doubt top 50. when I make my list, I don't know where he'll end up, but he'll be somewhere in there. Time will tell. Big pitch to get in the count. Big cut by O'Neill. 2-1 count here. Ryan McMahon, top 50 player? No, I don't think so. I mean, he had a productive year, but I don't think he's top 50. Logan Webb, top 50. I think, Nate, that would be an interesting one. Because I kind of went off the board and picked Woodruff as my number 50 last year. And I got a lot of criticism for it. They were like, we want Maeda there. We want Flaherty there. We want Hendricks there. We want Luis Castillo there. And I picked Woodruff. And so if Webb were to end up there, that would kind of be a similar situation. It's just really liking a pitcher and just putting them in there. I'm not going to say any more about the top 50 because I literally want to build the list and still have it be a surprise. And I haven't thought about it much. I mean, I'm not going to build it until at least February. Bad call? Maybe. I thought it looked good for me in real time, but we'll see. Floating box. Oh, wait, I thought he called that a ball. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's the right call. I just thought it was a strike. Joe West has never done anything wrong in his life. 3-2 count. Big pitch. Chance to get out of the jam with the runner in scoring position. Pretty well struck by O'Neill going to right field. Mookie ranging. Will it drop fair? Nope, drops foul. Wow. There was a very tight window there where it would have been fair and Mookie wouldn't have caught it, I think. Maybe not. He pulls off it just a little bit. I'm not sure. There was a small possibility of the ball being fair and Mookie not catching it, I feel like. But small. Very small. You can cover a lot of ground. Now they're talking to Kenley, mound meeting. All right. Oh, wait. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do, well, let's get out of this inning. Let's get out of this inning, and then we'll do the poll. All right. 3-2 pitch coming in to O'Neill. Strikeout. Big time. Everyone's like, oh no, Kenley Jansen is going to pitch the 9th inning like he always does. Oh no, Dave Roberts, what are you doing? So I'm just saying, you know, give him rest. I think he can handle it. It's when he pitches back-to-back days that it's like, oh no, I don't know if I want to look at this. And if, God forbid, 3 days in a row, oh, I don't think we can do this. Or 2 days in a row, off day, 2 more days in a row, I don't ever, Dave Roberts, no, please, just use Blake Trinan more. So Dodgers with a chance to walk off. There has not been a run scored since the... Where's my box score? There hasn't been a run scored in a long time. We'll leave it at that. 4th inning. 3rd inning. 4th inning. Okay. Well. I think this game's awesome, Carter. I think we've seen a lot of... You get runners on base, a lot of opportunities, just good pitching, getting out of it. But yeah, I mean, this is one of those, you know, well, let's see what the Cardinals do bullpen-wise. Hey, baseball man. Hey. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the poll. You almost feel like, and there's nothing statistically, significant about this, but you almost feel like the Cardinals have had a lot of chances to score, and it hasn't happened. And you know what? It's happened for the Dodgers as well throughout this game, too. So it's interesting to see. 4-hour game with 2 runs. Yep. This is what I thought the Red Sox-Yankees game... The fact that the Red Sox-Yankees game ended in 3 hours 13 is a miracle. I mean, that they had all the odds stacked against them. They had, Garrett Cole getting yanked early. It was the Red Sox and the Yankees. Those take forever. It's elimination postseason games. Those take forever. It was amazing. It was an amazing achievement to get through that game in 3 hours, 13 minutes. This one, though, 2 runs, and we're going on 4 hours. So, I'm still a pitch clock guy. But I also think there's just a lot of time wasting. Oh, it's Pujols. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and prove him wrong and tell you why, but it's Pujols. And that's not even a question. Look. All right, here's Cabrera's best 10 years, approximately. Well, let's go 2006 onward. Best 10 years, 161 OPS plus, 10 years. Pujols, first 10 years, 172. 10-year peak WAR, 81. 10-year peak WAR, 81. Cabrera for his career, 68. I mean, they're the best, right-handed hitters from their generation, and then until you get to Trout, but that's just basic math. So, this is it. Bottom of the ninth. 60% of us picking the Dodgers to win. Let's do another poll. Because I'm curious about what y'all are thinking here. We thinking 9th inning walk-off right here? Are we going extra innings? Unhinged Yankees. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. We're thinking extra innings. Okay. I'm just trying to read the room right now, I appreciate that. I appreciate that super chat. Yeah, that would be fascinating if the end of Cardinals Devil Magic is in fact Albert Pujols. But here comes TJ McFarland, the ground ball guy. TJ McFarland's in there you want to hit some ground balls to Paul DeJong and Tommy Edman and Nolan Arenado and have them throw it to Paul Goldschmidt? Do you want to do that? That would be a lot of fun. Just to hit a ground ball to my good pal Nolan. We'll even shift to the right side for you, just if you want to hit a nice ground ball. Let's see it. This is what Pujols is here for. He OPS'd over 900 against lefties this year. This is his spot. He goes up, he faces a lefty, and that's pretty much his game. If he gets on base, they'll pinch run for him, 2-0 count for it is 2-0 count, right? Or is it 3-0? Jeez. Well, again, if you get him on, if he gets on base, he did his job and you pinch run. Well struck ball, center field. Almost, guys. Almost. Even if that gets over Bader's head, that's huge. But wow. Yeah. That was fun. That was fun. Hey, thank you so much, Eric S. By the way, Danny, I see you asking that question over and over again. Um, you know, it would be. I mean, it's just we're in the bottom of the ninth, you know. But I mean, one thing you could do is you could go on BBRef and search by country, and you could even see like just sorting by WAR, for example. And I know that WAR is not the be all end all. Watching this pitch, but yeah, I mean, so the top hitters from Dominican Republic by WAR, or top players all time from Dominican Republic by WAR: Pujols, Beltre, Pedro, Cano, Ramirez, Juan Marichal, Vladdy Sr., Sosa, Ortiz, Cesar Cedeno. So I don't know if that would be my list, but it's an interesting way of looking at it for sure. There's Arias warming up in the bullpen. So we knew it was in the cards, but it looks like an extra innings affair. Yeah, I know. It's weird. They do have Steven Souza. That's a good cut. It's a good cut, but a foul ball from Souza. Let's get back to game feed. Yeah. Steven Souza is the new Billy McKinney, but they still have the old Billy McKinney. Is this a former D-backs matchup? Yeah, I guess it is. Now that I didn't think about it that way. Yes, this is D-backs legends. Okay, so Reyes warming up in the bullpen for St. Louis. That would be an interesting inning if it were to get to him. I'll leave it at that. I'm a McFarland head, so let's see some TJ McFarland action. Will baseball ever go back to the small ball era? It would require, in order for that to happen, you would have to fundamentally change a lot about the construction of, I think, the ball, but also possibly the bats. Yes, Joe West is behind home plate, Justin Miller. I have to drive 4 hours to Houston tomorrow. Well, I've been watching this for 4+. Wow, Denny, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very kind. It means a lot to me that when you have, and I can see it in the YouTube analytics, a lot of viewership in Dominican Republic, really, really kind, just, big baseball fandom. So one thing that I'm going to be working on is just maybe get some Spanish subtitles to expand my audience to more people like yourself, because I have a lot of viewership from, Dominican and Venezuela and places like that. And so, I just thank you so much for that donation. And I'm trying to maybe do better for, people in Latin America, just to try to, the Spanish speaking population, try to get subtitles and closed captions on those baseball bits. That might be a project for me this off season. How many regular season games do you think you watch a season? Probably Alzheimer. I mean, maybe like 200. I think that's a decent guess. No, it might be more than that. It's low 200s. That's a well-struck ball from Steven Souza, but it's an out. It's very similar to the Pujols ball, I must say. One problem for YouTube is they've eliminated community closed captions. It used to be that just someone, a viewer could get in there and get those, subtitles, closed captions going. But yeah. Would you take Randy Johnson's 2 months in Houston in '98 or Max Scherzer's 2 months with Los Angeles in 2021? I would take Randy Johnson's. It's a tough comparison because it's almost a different era for starting pitching usage, but I would take Randy Johnson. I mean, if we could have Randy Johnson's 1998 today, if that makes sense, that would, you could give your bullpen off days. No way this happens, right? Well, Michael, that's what people say before it happens, because it is belly time, and we are Bellinger fans. And we know that it is 10% luck and 20% skill and 15% concentrated power of will. Inside, ball one. This is big. I mean, 1-1 count. The Mac Daddy versus Bellinger. Guys, I don't know if anyone has ever talked about this. This is my own observation, but does it ever seem like Cody Bellinger looks like he's high? Is that comedy gold right there? You ever think about weed, dude? I know no one's ever said it before, but do you ever think that Cody Bellinger, ooh, big swing right there. Big swing right there. Yeah, you never thought about that. Yeah. Dude, yeah, dude, you ever think about that, dude? Ugh, never thought about that. Dang, that Albert Pujols lineout was 106. What was the Souza? 100. TJ McFarland, this is unlike you, TJ. This is supposed to be soft contact ground ball. Why am I getting lineouts to center field? 3-2 count for Cody. Full count on Cody. Who is straight edge, I'm sure. Full count pitch. He walks. It's a Cody Bellinger type of night, baby. 750 on base percentage. You want to criticize a man with a 750 on base percentage? Barry Bonds is the single season leader in on base percentage. He had a 609 on base percentage in 2004, and you're going to criticize Cody Bellinger, a man with a 750 on base percentage. You don't know ball if you're criticizing Cody Bellinger. Well, so it's funny. It's like, from a Cardinals bullpen perspective, it's like Mike Schultz walking out there. He's like, we just walked a guy. I'm sure who can hemorrhage, who can stop the bleeding from all these walks. Alex Reyes, that's my guy. I don't want to walk too many guys, so I'm just gonna. That's my guy right there. That will solve the problem. I will say, though, Alex Reyes, great pitcher for if there's a runner on base, because there's not a lot of balls in play in the Alex Reyes outing. So if you have a runner on base, that's who you want. He was the LOB king in the early part of the year. I think he fell off. He finished with 77.8 left on base percentage. I think average is like 75. But I mean, for the first half, he was like 90. It was pretty crazy. It was quite the accomplishment. He is, as a pitcher, he is a true outcome god. Do I think Christian Yelich will break out in this playoffs or play like he has the last two seasons? I don't know. I mean, it's such a small sample, right? I would love for him to. I would say I'm rooting for him to. Baseball sucks and is for nerds. I agree. You're absolutely right. Some people would say about Yelich is they would just be like, he's due. But something is wrong with his approach, I will say. I don't like Christian Yelich, the true outcome guy. It just doesn't work for him. I think with Dahlbeck and Tristan Casas, I think what's going to happen is you're going to see you know some first base and some DH. I could definitely see them trying Dahlbeck second base because even though he hasn't looked great at second base, Dahlbeck, I think you know these days, if you can hit, they'll just play anyone at second base. It's true. So if Dahlbeck continues to hit well and Tristan Casas, they like him at first base, then Dahlbeck could see second base, I think. The other thing, too, is Devers is part of this equation as well, because maybe you want Devers at first base. So maybe, if you're just saying, screw defense, to some extent, you can have Dahlbeck second, Devers third, Casas first, but that's tough with Bogarts. That's a tough infield. I think the shift has been part of it, Jonah. Part of it, I think, Jonah, is that, so you're seeing some third basemen move to second base, and I think people are getting confidence in moving third basemen to second base because of the shift, and because a lot of third basemen are playing in second base spots when they're shifting on a lefty, and they're like, hey, if he can do that, then he can probably just play second base. It's like how Manny Machado is the best right fielder. Drew Fly, I appreciate that. Drew Fly, 100 people donate $1 to Bailey right now. That'd be extreme, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. So Alex Reyes versus Chris Taylor for a chance to go to extra innings. 4 hours, 14 minutes. Ball one. But there is a strike. He does have a strike on him. 1,000 viewers. Am I really at 1,000? I got to pull it up on my phone because I have not looked at the numbers. Austin Brent, thank you so much. I don't even know how you did that. You're better at Super Chat than I am. I like that. That's what I look like in the shower. That's kind of the body type we're talking about. 1,065. Yeah, I just saw it. That's crazy. Hey, wow, okay. Super Chat's actually coming in. And runner advances to second. YouTube Leak says Foolish Bailey earned $5 during the month of... Yeah. Wow, more coming in. Huge. This is like the train going, Gar Esborn, thank you so much. Ryan, thank you so much. Austin, again, thank you. And then Abubakir Yassar, thank you. No way Molina is Hall of Fame now. Yeah, he's washed. They're gonna stop making the plaque. Yeah, that's true. We're putting that in the highlight reel. I'm telling you, this is Cody Bellinger's day. Imagine if that sets up a single to walk off the game. Eddie, Paul, Waffle Lover, thank you guys so much. Crocodile Runs, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I'm just trying to see if that... Oh, it's crushed by Chris Taylor, and that is your ball game. The Dodgers walk it off. Alex Reyes, at least it wasn't Gallegos. Daniel Chen, thank you so much. Wow, there you go. There's your ball game. What a treat. What a treat. Chris Taylor, so often has come up with, these big postseason moments, and it continues. 110 off the bat. 400. Guys, Bellinger was on base. He scored the winning run. Look how far the home run went. Dude, look what happened, dude. It's the poor dude. If Sox went over the Rays, who's the hero? I'm going to say Verdugo. Sonny Black, thank you so much. D-Train, thank you so much. Hunting Tie. This is a hype train. Drew, again, thank you. Christian. Oh, gosh, this is going great. Psycho Pat, thank you. Great game. Much better than Red Sox Yankees. I agree completely, Shane. The playoff has been saved. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, that was a great game. It wasn't what I wanted, because I was rooting for Cardinals out of just pure chaos. However, as the game went on, I think we kind of had the realization the Dodgers are gaining control the more this game goes on as you get deeper into the bullpens, and I think that's what tonight showed. The Dodgers, they got their innings from Trinan, they got their innings from Jansen. They didn't even have to use Arias. He did warm up in the bullpen. That does mean something. But for the Cardinals, that bullpen depth, once you get past Gallegos and they got to McFarland, Reyes, they ran into trouble. So great game. Thank you so much again, Baseball Not's Dead, who's very excited, I suppose, to see the Cardinals win this one. Do we have updated info? 920 XBA, 420, 110 off the bat, 110.7 for Mr. Chris Taylor. Ryan, yes. So, and then as you said, Jackson, about 4 hours, 20 minutes on the game. A little less than that. First pitch was at 8:10, so maybe like 4:17. But there you go. Congrats to the Dodgers. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Jack. Wow. Thank you so much, guys. It just keeps coming. But yeah, great game. Had a great time streaming this with you all. What a game, indeed. I see it, Andrew. It's okay. What a game. And that was a game that was all about attrition. I think the Cardinals did a great job. I think the Cardinals gave them anything. Now this is a great question here. CWPA on that hit is gonna be it's gonna be some. It might be 5%, it might be 3%, but it is gonna be some CWPA. I think we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see that though on Baseball Reference. But yeah, thank you, Daniel. Shay McMurray asked, did you catch the NL wildcard game? What do you think we're doing? But if you're talking AL, yes, I streamed that one as well. Cardinals win if Lars gets up. Yeah, maybe that was the mistake, because Lars Nootbaar didn't get an opportunity to show what he's got. Charles, thank you. But yeah, that was quite the game. A lot of opportunities for both teams to score more runs than that, but the Dodgers come through with the win on the Chris Taylor walk-off home run, all set up, of course, by Cody Bellinger's expert walk and stolen base of second. Because they were so distracted, by the expert base running of Cody Bellinger, you hang one for Chris Taylor. So really, this to me was Cody Bellinger's home run. Again, it's 10% luck, 20% skill, but congrats to the Dodgers. And this, I think we were thinking, for chaos reasons, we love the, for chaos reasons, we love the idea of the Cardinals, upsetting the Dodgers here and moving on. However, this sets up, what could be an amazing NLDS between the Dodgers and the Giants. And my only regret is that it will be a 5-game series. I think that's a little bit of a bummer, because that's a World Series type of matchup. You know what I mean? So, Christopher Wilson, thank you so much. Appreciate that. But yeah, looking forward to that NLDS between those two teams. The best two teams in the National League. What more is there to say? Dodgers or Giants, says Dev Desai. I'm picking Giants all the way. So I'm picking Giants for World Series, but their road to the World Series does become more difficult, knowing now that they are going to face the Dodgers, and I guess I think they would much rather face the Cardinals. But again, if the Cardinals won, then that would mean they have the devil magic, and maybe you don't want to face the Cardinals at all. Charlie, thank you so much. Well done, dude. 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 Dude, you ever think about Cody Bellinger? Dude, you ever look at Cody Bellinger? He's like, dude, isn't that dude Cody Bellinger? Dude. But yeah, huge, guys, huge. Huge game. I'm sorry that we're enemies now, Nathan. What a game. Oh, I got it. Very important. This is very important. He's done it. This is a little behind the scenes on what it's like to be me. Not common mistake. We want a success. That's a good one. That's a good one. Let's go. Yes, let's do it. This one I'm on. This one I'm into. Yeah. That's a good tweet. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I had a great time streaming, watching with y'all. And yeah, this is gonna be not. It's not gonna be like every night like this, not like every playoff game like this. But if there's a big time elimination type game, just pay attention to Twitter, pay attention to YouTube, and I'll definitely let you all know if I have a stream planned. So thanks so much for tuning in. We hit 1,000 viewers at one point, which is just crazy. So yeah, just enjoy the rest of your night. And thanks for all y'all do for me. I feel like I'm providing content for you, but it's you all that do so much for me. Really, it's been I'm living the dream right now. I really am. I'm working in baseball. I've got a platform. It's a beautiful thing. So good night, and thank you for tuning in.